looking all pretty for everybody.
Oh, wait, actually I have a separate scene for this, don't I?
What?
There we go.
Yeah!
That doesn't have all my weird background shit.
I haven't finished writing a tweet, so I'm not putting you on main stage just yet. But I can see you, Baron. I can see you.
Yeah. Actually, I think technically the background image is... Yeah, it's still there. I just had it hidden.
I'm thinking a lot about it. I definitely would love to do kind of like a mech-style Subnautica game. I just need a team and someone who knows how to make netcoding. Also, everyone's coming in. We've got Rothar, Dorchus, Jarlan, Aspect, Chrono Haran, and someone called Baron Shep is now hosting me.
Sorry, it sounds like an asshole. You should probably just ban him.
J-Post what? Oh, friends. Coming in. I got a box of donuts. I got some Pringles. I got some coffee. I'm ready.
Oh, there's donuts downstairs. I just remembered.
Dude, go get the donuts. You've got
I'm
time.
about to go get donuts.
Jarlan's asking if you're considering changing to Baron Wooloo at any point.
No.
Though you could now do a fully sheep-based team in Pokemon.
I could, yeah. I already get enough people saying beep beep it's Baron Sheep when I join channels.
Yes! Why would you tell me this? Why would you tell me this?
I'm amazed nobody said it in your chat like recently. I still get it occasionally.
That's I mean, I'll have a word with the crew. Like, that's disappointing, but I didn't even think of it. Also,
there's a channel that I think I'm actually a moderator in, who's one of the guys on my team. That he has a lot of like sound effects for when people come in if you're like above a certain tier sub.
Yeah.
And I'm not, but he does have an exclamation point sheep, which does the beep beep.
Oh, sheep.
It does that, and so every time I join, people just do that. So it's my unofficial like intro into into his channel.
Shackle's asking if the channel is still sponsored by shouldipreordernow.com. Well, technically our sponsorship of shouldipreordernow.com, the premier website for knowing whether or not you should pre-order a video game, officially our sponsorship ended, I want to say on Tuesday, at the end of... Jesus, someone's getting baked. Oh! Sorry, I just got like a waft of like the dankest skunk kind of smell. Oh. Wait, who's getting stoned in a GameWorks? It's just tragic. It's just tragic. Sorry, my joke was derailed there by someone just having a quick smoky smoke.
Yeah.
We are not officially sponsored anymore by shouldipreordernow.com, the premier website for knowing whether or not you should pre-order a video game, but we are still choosing to support that site as it's something that, it's a product that I believe in, and you'll know that when it comes to sponsorships and acquiring them, I do look at what's good for the long ship, what people are into, what works. And as a product, I wholeheartedly believe in shouldipreordernow.com as a site.
It's still one of my favorite things to just send to people anytime a new game got announced. And I just saw Twitter being like, "Oh my god, this new game!" And I just respond with the link. Shouldipreordernow.com.
Just don't.
I do explain to my coworker who is like almost 10 years younger than me, like why pre-ordering was bad.
Yes. It's a creature of the before times, and that's fine. Also, I'm throwing on a bit of Chipped of the Necro Dancer, the Necro Dancer chiptunes remix by Chipsil.
Reactor online.
Yo!
Sensors online. Weapons online.
Well, now
All
it's kicking
systems
off.
nominal.
Oh no, where's my pen?
Haven't been around for a while. I injured myself pretty bad and I've been on bed rest, away from my computer for around but happy 8 months.
Des, I'm so sorry to hear that. I mean, it's lovely to have you back. Oh, crud, Des, how are you doing? Watto and welcome. Happy 8 months. Since you've been gone, we got a new emote. And it's time for episode 5 of Memory Equals Null. I'm slowly waking
Now
up.
know why it's called that.
Now we know. XD Johnny XP is saying, "People I missed last time, can have a breakdown." Absolutely, but we will do that after we kick off. Friendos, you've got plenty of time to get yourself a bevy, get settled, get comfy, grab some snacks. Baron and I will attempt to do a recap once we're ready to roll. And, yeah.
We are also, they're not quite finished yet, but we are doing like short recap videos, which are in the works. I believe episode 1 and 2 are done. We just haven't posted them yet, but they're like 10 minutes.
Which is fucking cool. And thank you to Baron and Tal for putting in some mad hours to make that shit happen, yo.
And compliment Cap, who's the one who actually is going through and clipping all the important stuff.
Oh, seriously? I didn't know.
Yeah.
You fucking ledge. Thank you.
Yeah, he's the one clipping it, and then Tal is stitching it together for us.
I'm also, as we speak, doing a re-upload of episode 3, which accidentally fell through the cracks. I uploaded it to YouTube, but I didn't remember to highlight it. So I'm currently throwing that up.
I have somewhere I have editing privileges on a friend's Twitch page solely because I'm the only one that remembers to highlight our D&D games.
The DM has the power.
So rather than him having to go back in and highlight it, I just go in and highlight it for him. So that way it's there forever. That's a fun campaign, actually. We really need to get that going again because it's kind of like what happened, like cyberpunk-ish in it's it was modern day Earth and then a magical world and our world like slammed into each other. And in the ensuing chaos, the elves used the residual magic energy to basically brainwash everyone into thinking that they're gods.
That's fucking cool.
They hoarded all the technology for themselves, told everyone else technology was heretical, as a way of like keeping them in the dark, and like have basically acted as the gods of this like post-apocalyptic magical world.
That's fucking cool. Sorry, just very quickly, I want to give a shout out to Dorchus just for pinging. I didn't even. There's a collection of all the episodes and a little bit about what is Memnull on the Longship Wiki, including upcoming episode times, which is dope.
Oh, nice.
Dude, it even says like, yeah, June 15th, 6 PDT. I don't know what time that is, but now times, which is kind of dope. So numbers, do not worry. We'll be doing a recap of what's been going down and what you need to know. You've got plenty of time to get yourself a cup of tea, grab some snacks. I got donuts. I got prongles, which is once you pop, that's great.
And somewhere, I'm trying to find it, somewhere I've shared with me the communal notes. Where is it? Yeah, you guys have all communally been taking notes, I think, about it. Yep, here we go. So I'm dropping this in the chat.
Which we're very grateful for.
Yes, those are the communal notes that everyone has been taking. So.
What? Sorry, I've got to bear with me just a second, Baron.
Okay.
Come on in. I do have donuts. Do you want to give a quick wave to the peoples? Go for it. We have a quick stopping. It's just your friendly neighborhood Lucifer. It's no big deal. How are you doing?
I want like half of this.
Tearing asunder. Baron Sheep and I are just doing the warm up towards Memnull. So at some point I do want to grab you on the show to talk about all of the stuff and things. Archer, people say hello. If you wanna
Just sit down and grab the
yeah.
Hi, Baron.
If you want an earpiece, you can check Baron as well. I think one of the advantages of being in GameWorks is people come and say hi!
Yeah, they just randomly like punch you out. What the? Oh, you've got jokes.
Yeah.
That's fucking sick. It's also huge.
We got join robots, it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
It also makes me very happy that with your current attire, you actually look paler than I do on the camera, which makes me feel great. You come hang out with me often and you make me look tanned. Oh. So, ladies, gentlemen, and individuals of all persuasions, My buddy Lucy is just doing a little flyby to apparently consume the donuts before we get started.
I mean, if I knew that you had random donuts, I would have showed up like 1 week.
Indeed. But this is a wonderful time for me to plug the Balu Bowl. So, we're going to be having a special one-off episode of Memnol. Baron, you think next one, right?
Yeah, that works. I just wanted to give people more time to sign up and get involved and get their character sheets made and stuff. So,
actually, let me go over to the Baron one so you can see the Baron face. So, what the Balu Bowl is going to be is, as you all know, the Memnol campaign is moving towards this big, like, mech free-for-all. This fight for the victor, where all the main manufacturers of all the giant robots will duke it out to see who is the best.
And then it moves properly into Overwatch after that?
No, we just get to keep our robot because we are going to win! However, there's different weight classes and different teams competing. Our running character, Thick McRunfast, is only going to be competing in the main heavyweight match. But there's like power armor matches and light mech matches.
So it's a lead-up.
So, friendos, if you would like to take place, if you'd like to create a character and fight it out in the Balu Bowl, we're accepting sign-ups. Baron Sheep's dropped the link to the form in chat. Our next episode will be me and Baron shoutcasting the hell out of giant robot matches. You can't know how excited I am for this. Alright? Wraith's like they have their adult beverage of choice and some curly whirlies that fucking do this! Wraith, no one else is gonna know what's going down. Baron, do you want to add anything onto the Balu Bowl plug?
I've had some people express concern that they don't know how to build the mechs and like they can't wrap their heads around it. And if that is the case, we have some pre-made ones already. We have a couple members of your community that have made like 50 mechs that we can just give you some of those.
Is it Aaron? Is it Aaron?
I'm drinking on who it was at the moment, but I just remember I kept getting them. I'm like, you could probably dial it back a little. We don't need this many.
When it comes to giant robots, let's find out, people.
If they have the time to do that, then just
I think Aaron was
sing their
actually
praises and leave them alone.
Aaron was actually voted one of our like main mech techs at the Longship. I think they ended up joining the Longship because they had a crazy knowledge of like pre-clan invasion battle tech, and for some reason stuck around even with my stupid face.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Backwards, back legend! What opened? Wait, wait. Vagabond 1, fucking thank you. 2, that's your 6 months. Nice. You get a cool new badge. And then all the 8-monthers get a new badge next month. And then after that, who knows? Also, oh yeah, I meant to say because Des has been away. Got a new little friendo. Good new little friend.
Can someone make that public trans flag?
So we can,
Or the bi flag and the one?
but I only have 5 slots. So I gotta go for the main overhang.
Well, it's Pride Month, so we're doing all this.
So to one Spectre says, got anonymously gifted a sub to you. That's tight. Well, Spectre, if we haven't met before, it's lovely to make your acquaintance. We're kind of in the... Actually, let me go back to studio so people don't think we started. We're kind of in the preamble for Memnol, which has been our long-running kind of tabletop campaign. However, before you hear... I know that is one of those phrases that hear on Twitch with, like, smash that like button that can cause one to have a certain reflex. Baron Sheep, who is our phenomenal GM, has designed a campaign where it's me and everyone in chat playing. So we are controlling one Thick McRunfast, our amnesiac mech pilot. And I get to chat with you lot. We all get to work out the story as it's going down. I will take like suggestions and ideas from you lot. And Baron is running it with his maniacal smiles. Because, oh boy! Yeah, a quick little recap, friendos. This is Manskin, amnesiac mech pilot with the voices. Yes, you lot are the voices in his head. We established that.
We also just found out that he gave himself amnesia.
Yes, that was our big reveal from last one. So
And as a reminder, because Will won't, but I'll remind you, Any bits and subs that you throw at the stream today goes toward a hidden bit threshold and sub threshold that once hit, things in game happen.
I have no involvement in that, although anything you do love at my sorry self keeps this whole thing running, so I'm very grateful. But yeah, so the first time we hit the bit threshold...
What was the worst?
I couldn't tell you.
The original bit threshold was 20,000.
Wow.
What happened?
Space pirates! Shit
Was
tons of space
waiting for
pirates. Like, gigantic...
Is that technically a good thing, though?
For me, yes. For the station, people living on the station, very less so.
Wow. Tell everybody.
What? I get on with the space pirates. They offered me a job.
So now, are you now a space pirate?
Details. I don't like to put labels on myself.
Also, technically, they're space privateers. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Are
See,
you okay with that label?
space privateer. No, it makes
Which
it sound.
sounds worse for the record.
I mean, it sounds like more of an organizational thing going on.
Yeah,
Also,
that's what happens when the pirates get like have a union.
HR department. Rothar, thank you for the 200 bits, and Steph Jen, thank you for refilling the pint glass, yo. Oh, have you seen the 5 month stuff on Twitch?
Kind of.
Alright.
I have feelings.
Anytime someone throws bits, other people get pride emotes. So I can now make this little combo of like friendo with sword and pride wing, which
I have seen the pride wings, which, for the record, I have pride wings, so that makes me very happy.
yeah. So that's my little combo at the moment.
I think I'm still missing the left wing.
Praise Empress Hannah.
I only have the right wing.
Yes, all hail Hannah. She attack, we protect.
Technically, you attack with the things that she built, so...
Well, yeah, I'm a facilitator for Hannah's mechs. Common Cat says, have you seen Baron's messages on re-uploading episode 3? Yes, and in the background while we are bantering, dear friends, Null episode 3 is currently being re-uploaded to Twitch, so we can get highlighted. I'm still sorry. The Cepha Slug. The Cepha Blade. I forgot to highlight it. I downloaded it, I moved it over to YouTube, which was smart, but I didn't do the rest. Oh, crud! J-Post! Sorry, I thought that was 200 there. That was 5 feckin' hundreds. That was a pile of bits with tiny dog faces. J-Post, thank you kindly. And because J-Post threw all that, 10 people just unlocked pride emotes, which is dope. So, friendos, you've still got a little bit of time before we roll into Memnol. Well, unfortunately, I have to throw you out for that one.
No, that's fine. I do have 2 questions, however.
Oh, okay.
One, the fox with the knitted hat?
Yes.
Is that new?
The knitted hat, I have no idea where it came from. Okay, hold on to this. Sorry, Baron, I can't hear you for a second.
The evolution of party hats are
Yes.
I have missed it.
This is Tem Fox. It's got a little beret now. Very styling. Very styling.
Can we talk about how magnificent this thing is?
Yes, so Tem Fox was sent by Geraldine and Shackle to help me with the the behind the scenes elements of running the show. So that's been the main challenge there. So
Very useful.
it's exceedingly useful. I do not pay Tem Fox nearly as much as I should.
Okay, so my actual question was when I came to the party. Did I leave you with the gorilla?
Oh yes, you did.
Yeah.
You terror.
Yeah,
You
I-
monster. I accept bits.
Okay.
No, it's all good. Like,
I mean, I also assume that if I just like pop this open or it will be accepted.
gin is also a valid medium. Yes. It was now, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, I mean, I'll buy you a drink.
Lucifer themselves left me with the bill for a Gigapretzel and gin last night.
Everyone is
these are
shocked by that.
crimes have been committed, friends.
Lucifer, the literal devil, left me with the bill. Okay, I'm stealing even more donuts that I should not be eating, and then absconding with my brunch.
So this is pre-brunch donuts. So you can be like, oh, no, I'm really not feeling that much. I'll have a little bit. I'll have a little bit. Splash cut to back in the fish bowls being like, fucking donuts! Yes!
Pretty much like okay. How about on your campaign, eat some fucking back sub.
You know we will. You know we will.
Eat some fucking sour Vikings.
Oh, woo! All right. Hurry up. Sorry, it's one of the things I do love about the fishbowl. While it's not always the best time, I do feel bad for Sir Baron. Kenley came by yesterday, but right as I was midway through trying to beat Grandad into a pulp, and I felt so bad because I like hanging with Kenley, but it was just like, this is a bad time, Kenley. This is a bad time. Grandpa's got a handgun.
As the person that attempted to drag you out of the fishbowl while fighting Granddad and failed, I get it.
I wish I'd beat him when we had that, like at the moment at the time. But there we go. Camille, what, old friend? Actually, Camille, I was going to message you. If that piece of hardware that you were after, I do have a spare one. So if you either want to drop on by, or if you don't mind blepping at me so I don't forget, I will bring it with tomorrow. Because, friendos, we're going to go on an IKEA mission tomorrow. I'm going to buy a bed frame. I'm going to stop sleeping on the floor.
Like a real adult.
Yup.
Actually, I think this is the first bed frame I've ever owned as an adult. And I literally only got it because otherwise my bed would be sitting on the floor vent, and I didn't want it to catch on fire during winter. Alright, I'm going to be right back as I
do your thing, man.
grab more beverage and whatnot.
So Baron's getting stopped. Baron's getting stalked. I'm nearly finished my fucking coffee. Almost right, ready, good to go. Sorry, it's me being a massive dog. Yeah, tomorrow is IKEA mission. What was I talking about, friendos? There's probably going to need to be several coffee breaks today. I'm getting... Now you lot are here, now we're hanging out, like, the energy's coming back. But I tell you, there was a point this morning where I was just like... Don't know if I can do this. I was, of course, wrong. And I'm alright with that. Camille says, I'm trying to convince Baron to come in IRL stream as IKEA Chaos. Hey, if Baron doesn't, I bought a teeny tiny little handle for my phone, and we made it work. We made it work. Actually, yeah. Do you see my new tattoo? Sorry, here's me bashing on a million buttons and a million times. And I will also bring a battery, Camille, so we'll be ready for tiny adventures tomorrow. Oh. Right, what have I not done? Mech pilots assemble!
And Camille, I don't know how... Biz currently has the IRL backpack, I think, and he gets back today. So I would have to try and figure out how to change it over to my my channels, like stream key and whatnot, before tomorrow.
Mate, I managed to do a whole day just on my phone, so... Like,
yeah.
Worst case, we'll make it happen, Because that was the thing about, like, going down ill, then E3 for bowl, and then I know taking some days off was sensible, but I didn't wanna, and now I feel like I've kind of basically skived off this week. Well, DX Man, I am doing better today, thank you for asking. Yeah, yesterday was a pisser. And I'm still sorry for closing out on a grump. That's not how we roll, friendos. So I am very sorry about that one. And then Twitch died before we could kind of bring it around. We never really got to chat about Sekiro. We never got to chat about it as a game together. But it turned out that was like Twitch-wide. Bunch of partners I know couldn't stream. Loads of people got disconnected. So yeah, it was a day, friendos. It was a day. But I'm so glad it's a thing that I got to share with all of you, and it's a campaign that we did in total because it was dope.
I will also say you now made me really want another tattoo.
I'm not even sorry.
You should be, because I can't afford one till next month. You're the worst.
Yeah. Well, it was actually the place we went up to was the Seattle Tattoo Emporium, like up the road from here. It was really affordable.
That's good. Because the only tattoo I have is my leg sleeve.
Yeah.
And that was 4 sessions at $300 a pop. So.
Ooh. This was what? It was like 160.
That's not bad.
So jumping back into chat. Numbers. Numbers. I'm sorry I haven't seen it till now. It's fucking cool. Alright, almost finished with the Fafamancy in the background. Almost. Still back in chat, Rothar saying, still debating whether or not I'm committing to the tat. I've been considered Bloodborne's Hunter's Mark for a while now. My advice, go for it. Your first tattoo is very seldom your last.
Yeah. So have you seen Biz's Bloodborne tattoo?
Yeah. I'm sorry. Biznez, one of the other sober legends, he has the oh fuck, I'm trying to remember no, there's a proper name for it.
The Beast Cleaver, I think.
The Beast Cleaver, thank you, Baron, from Bloodborne on his arm, but he has it on the inside so it folds out. So cool. It's so cool. The only reason I haven't gotten the Hunter's Mark is that I was a massive fan of Berserk back in the day, and for me, the Hunter's Mark looks very similar to the Curse Mark, the Mark of the Sacrifice.
I mean, you're not wrong.
And I can never pronounce his name, but the one of the lead creatives on the Soulsian series has said that like Berserk is a big influence in what they're making, so I'm like, it makes sense, yo.
Yeah. Oh, so Will, something I just realized that I don't know that I've communicated to you.
Go on.
I was looking into character sheets for Roll20,
Yeah.
and it turns out there is a community-made character sheet for Stars Outnumber that isn't terrible.
Ooh.
And you can just switch over to the new character sheet, because it's just like, you know, strength and dex are all the same, so it just ports those into the proper slots. So you have a new character sheet now.
I'm entirely down for this.
So now instead of having to scroll down for like 10 seconds to get to the bottom, it's like one scroll.
Although, you know, you start with these excellent character sheets, people are going to start expecting for good character sheets for all the things.
That's the thing, is because of Roll20's like open API, there are like fan-made character sheets for pretty much anything. Which is awesome.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to pick one specific GIF for our announcement today, and I realized that anytime I go to the Gundam tag on anything involving GIFs, I'm like, oh right, this is why I don't do this, because I just get lost in a tiny hole. In case you want to know where I'm at. Like, this is a main screen, I'm just Will Scrolls Forever, the video game.
Yeah, there's I stumbled upon the subreddit Imaginary Mechs.
Oh.
And it's just mech drawing fan art. Like, it's awesome.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna go for this one because that looks dope. I got obsessed with this one YouTube channel that's like animation references, and each video is a different reference. So one is like planes in animation, one is like sci-fi machinery and keyboards. Pixel says, I get a tattoo at my mum would let me. I mean, means and ways, friend, means and ways. I got my first tat like the moment I turned 18, which was all I needed to do in the UK to get it of my own volition. But I might have helped facilitate my much younger sister in getting hers on the same day. But, okay, my sister was bugging me for ages, like, I want to get a tattoo, and I was very serious about this. I'm like, look, when you are 18, you'll know what you want to get, and you can focus on it. There'll be no question, much like I had to, wait until... And the night before, I got this monstrous rant from my parental unit about how I was irresponsible, and how, I wasn't setting a good example, and all of this, and I took that whole rant just like deadpan-faced. As soon as they were done, walked off, and I'm like, right, we're going to get tattooed tomorrow. So, yeah, my little sister was like the coolest 15-year-old at school.
I was one of those like responsible kids where I didn't drink until I was actually 21, and I didn't get a tattoo till I was 22, 23. But I was, a nerd, so.
Sorry, John's hella creeping on me today. John just took a cheeky photo of me becking. Oh dear Lord. The cheek of it all! Cheek of it all. You can't see him, he was grinning. Grinning! So proud of yourself! It's because it takes me so long to tweet, I just checked Twitter, and there's like a photo of me being all like, oh yes, I'm doing the computers. So proud of yourself. Oh, thank you all for bearing with me today while we're slowly getting up to speed.
I do like that you do look like a real content creator. Like, there's just like random stuffed animals, there's half a donut.
Yep.
There's at least 2 coffees.
Yep. Both of which need refilling. Right, so, friendos, Memnal episode 3 is finished processing, so that will be available to watch on Twitch, and I'll be able to make sure it's highlighted and added. So jumping back into chat, Tal was asking if someone wants to take over the counting. I think I can help a little bit. Oh yeah, because Chrono kicked off the Bittermancy today. So I can say how many have been thrown since we kicked off this morning. Let me get my calculator. Oh. Get that calculator. Kenley! What, old friends? I was just chatting about you.
There's the total from last time.
Okay.
Whatever we got today.
And so 42 plus 1. Fucking ghost. Plus 42 again. Plus 2. Fucking spooky ghost. Plus 200. Bloody hell, you lot are amazing. Plus 15. Stepagen, you legend. If I didn't thank you already. No, I did a crime. Plus 500, because J-Post is kicking in the doors. Plus 26. Plus 20. And that's where we at. So an additional... There we go. So I think we're ready to get started. Oh, sorry. That was what I wanted to say very quickly. An archer throwing in an extra 100 there. Feckin' ledge. So Kenley, I just wanted to say thank you for stopping in yesterday. I was so in the zone for Sekiro, I was a terrible host. I was a terrible host yesterday, as in terms of like friendos dropping in, but it was lovely to see you. That was what I wanted to say. Kenley says, so you finished the game, yay! But then Twitch fell over like immediately after. I still wish I'd gotten it finished at sober. That would have been perfect. But you can only do so much. Right, so we are about half an hour in. Baron, how are you feeling?
More awake now. All the caffeine is finally kicking in.
I might, if you don't mind chatting with these lovely folks for just a second, I'll just throw it on to Memnull with some notes. Baron, I'm just going to quickly get a refresh on this one, and then I'm ready to roll, because I got snacks, I got food, I just need another coffee, and then I'm good.
Sounds good.
And Com saying the sword sight does require a ton of focus, it does. And the thing was, what killed me at sober was not learning the pattern. It was, I thought I still had a resurrection when I didn't. So I was like playing it super blasé. Oh, Camille's asking, do you want a stream label that would display it today? Yes? Because I've got the... Because I've got the bit total here. That's the current.
You ever do one of those things where you read something wrong and then you're just really confused and it takes way too long for you to figure out that you misread it?
What was it?
I read Clank Crusher's slash me, like slops more Irish whiskey down his pie hole. I misread it as pee hole, and I was like, why would you do that?
Oh God! No!
And I was like, that's why I was so confused. I was like, what?
Whiskey
And then
doesn't
I
go
reread
there.
it. I'm like, oh God, okay.
Oh God! Who hurt you, Baron? Who hurt you?
I think I hurt me.
Also, Isaac kicking ass with random numbers. Oh God. Aaron's like, you can add a 200 millisecond delay in his mic if you wanna. That wouldn't save us. It wouldn't save us.
Durgis, I haven't explained why their last names are different, but you do know that they're half sisters.
Okay, right. So, Baron, I will be 2 seconds. I'm gonna grab a cuppa, and then let's get Becking going, yo. We'll do the... I'll see if I can do the intro without backing it up this time.
Go get coffee. Go.
Yes, yes. Alright, back in a second. I'm prepared. I know what I'm doing. Hey, helps you have a coffee pot. Oh, it's coffee.
At Dorch, yeah, they Hank the Tank is both of their father, but they have different mothers. So things have been moved to a later date. The community mech tournament, yes, just because people felt needed more time to like get their character sheets all made up and whatnot, and this way we can plug it more. So hopefully we can get more people. So if anybody would like. In this universe, there is a big mech tournament going on, in which character Thick Run Fast, which you and Will are all playing, is taking part. But he's taking part in the heavyweight class mech tournament, and so the other two weight classes, which is the suit mechs and the light mechs, we're going to do community battles as you guys controlling squads of mechs versus each other, and then the winners will have their characters be made canon. So, if you would like to. Participate in that, you can go over to the Dice and Yet More Dice channel in Will's Discord, and there should be a pinned message there that's with the form to fill out if you're interested in joining the mech games. So, do it. Go on in. It's fun. Even if you don't want to make a mech, we have extra ones. We can just give you free, or not free. We can give you pre-made mechs. So yeah, do it. Join us. One of us.
Hello.
Had some questions about that, but that's for another time. I mean, we're still just waiting on
I
Will.
got a beverage. I got a tiny cat. Is on my cup. It's my name, Nico.
If you want to do the suit-sized tournaments, it's 4v4. If you're doing the light mechs, it is 3v3. So.
Okay, right. Let's see if I can get this right now. Alright, so booth. Alright. So Chipsel, love you. Thank you for that cracking soundtrack. But Baron, was there anything else you wanted to cover before we go into this proper?
I don't think so. I was just telling them about the mech tournament and plugging that and whatnot. So.
Yes, you should all sign up for that because you become canon. Like, win, lose, or draw, even if you make a character that's not great or make a mech that doesn't bring it in, you become part of the universe. And knowing Baron, you never know what might happen of that, you know? You never know. Promising nothing. Right, so without further ado, let's do this. Okay. Almost. Yay! Oh, I fucked that up so badly, didn't I? I'm not even on roll 20. Yay! Remnol! Episode 5! I gave it a good go.
Goodbye, VOD. Actually, I think it doesn't mute that because it's short enough.
Yeah, it's within the realms of parody.
Yeah. And it's like under 30 seconds, so the most detection software or DMCA detection software doesn't trigger.
I think it's because it counts as, like, you can use up to 30 seconds depending on its content.
Yeah.
Oh, I used to know all this stuff. But now is not the time to discuss the legalities. Now is the time to talk about giant robots and murder. Actually, no. Now's time to talk about recaps.
Yep.
Ooh, dude, I see the new Thick McRunFast thing on the side. That's super cool.
Yeah, so you now have a new character sheet because I discovered there's a community-made character sheet, which doesn't look like trash, and when you roll, it has these cool, new like graphics. So.
Ooh. Check it out. Yes! Please tell me you all heard that.
Squishy. The cat has snuck into my room.
Oh, we still have all three goals on our list. So Clown Murder, Get a Job, and Avenge Tank.
Yep.
So... Alright, so anyone who hasn't got a hello and a hi howdy from me, Whiteo and welcome to episode 5. Bloody hell, it is 5, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Episode 5 of Memory Equals Null. If this is your first time encountering us, this is our longship kind of tabletop campaign based on the system Stars Without Number and run by the illustrious Baron Sheep. This is the continued adventures of Thick McRunFast, an amnesiac self-named character who's apparently pretty good at doing a mech thing. The premise of this campaign was real simple. It's me and all of you lot playing as a character. We woke up on a shuttle heading to a space station with no memory of who we are, no idea of how we got there, just a pistol, a packet of credits, and a cheeky smile. The cheeky smile was assumed. So, yeah. Baron, do you want to do a little bit of the story so far?
Yeah, so you have kind of bullshit your way into the employ of Balu Industries, which is one of the largest corporations, and they own most of the space station you're on. You are now one of the mech pilots for their mech team for the upcoming games, which are beginning on this day and the next day. Technically, your match is tomorrow.
Yeah. So today is what is when the Balu Bowl matches would be.
Yeah. So today are the light and the suit mech tournaments, and then yours is tomorrow.
So, friendos, whatever Thick McRunFast gets up to today could affect the Balu Bowl matches when you are playing. So it's less that there may be a Thick McRunFast element during your matches, just letting you know.
Isn't like getting it up. So technically, the agreement is that if he wins the tournament, he will have a full-time job. Right now, it's just a contract.
I also get to keep and rename the mech.
You have encountered a legendary pirate ship that has warped into right next to the space station, which it shouldn't be able to do.
The Monarch's something!
Fortune.
The Monarch's Fortune! I knew that. I was just testing everybody, just to see if everyone else knew. The Monarch's Fortune's got some ridiculous guns, and Murder Cloud.
You have kind of befriended these pirates, sort of, kind of, as much as you can.
Yeah.
Pirates.
They're competing.
They're probably competing in the tournament with stolen mechs, so that's a thing. Last episode, Thick went to prom. He went to. There's a big like gala before the tournament every year, where all of the people that like invest in the company and all the higher ups and elite whatever blah blah blah, basically get to mingle with the mech pilots.
Yeah.
Which most of the mech pilots don't actually mingle, except for Tina and Thick, who know how to do this better, and so they went out and like shook hands with all the people who are like, "Oh, we pay money to make sure that you have mechs."
We didn't get into a fight. We danced superbly. Possibly our best role of the campaign so far. And I had an excuse to belt out the Final Fantasy VIII soundtrack almost ad infinitum, so I was very happy.
You had some words with the Siren that you've had a couple encounters with. You had a vision which you shared with her, and in exchange she showed you what you were assuming is a memory of yourself giving yourself amnesia.
Yeah. So that was the big reveal, is that from what we understand, we gave ourselves amnesia. So
Yeah. And then basically Hannah got really drunk because she's a lightweight and doesn't actually drink that much. So she had 2 drinks and was like trashed. So you and Tina kind of got her home. You went back to Tina's place because she isn't letting you anywhere near Hannah's place.
Yep.
And you like fell asleep on the couch. And that's where we're going to be picking up today's episode, is you waking up the next morning, probably still in your tartan.
Which did not annoy him nearly as much as I was hoping.
Also, for the record, I did actually roll for that because I wanted to see. I didn't know how he was going to react, so I just rolled for it. The reaction that I rolled was like, he didn't really care. Yes, you found out that Pippin is basically a prince. He's royalty and doesn't want to be royalty, but he just found out that he's now like next in line for the throne because the person above him has gone missing.
Yep.
And so you, Tina, and Hannah have been giving him shit about that.
Absolutely. I believe Hannah and I agreed we were going to make him a tiny crown.
Yep.
Crown.
Yep, tiny little Walter Jumper crown. And I'm trying to think if there's anything else of major note last episode.
Yep.
You had the really creepy vision where you got like sucked out of your body.
Yup.
The strings.
Yeah, we're kind of proving a crazy space religion at the moment, so that's a thing.
Yeah. Yeah, and also that vision was because of the sub threshold that you guys hit. So keep subbing, keep throwing bits because they affect the game.
Now, I have no control over what these goals are, what happens when they proc, or what their numerical values are. But I will say that so far, like, a bunch of you have thrown a ton of bits whilst we're doing that. And that is literally the reason we get to keep doing that. Like, So, thank you, alright? Just thank you. You know, here we are, playing our little, like, giant robot campaign and hanging out together. And that's because you lot throw bits. So, sincerely, thank you. Alright? Here's me trying to find the total, because I almost lost track of it.
Oh yeah, it was kind of a revelation as well that Hannah is not only a psychic, but like one of the most powerful psychics in the galaxy.
Oh yeah, that was and that we are mostly unaffected.
Yeah.
So that's fun. We don't get mech'd up.
Yeah. So last you heard, the giant tooth thing that you found in the giant space whale ship thing,
Which I licked.
which you licked, and you took a tooth, and it turns out that it can store and release psychic energy really well.
We've got a new axe.
So yes, it's being attached to your axe, and Hannah is going to charge it before the game.
So we get one like psychic doof hit with our axe. It's gonna be so good.
So yeah, I think that's all that happened last time, or more or less. Like I said, we are doing recap videos. They're not all finished yet, but there will be recap videos that are like 10-ish minutes per episode, instead of the 7 hours that the episode actually is.
Yeah, I understand it's a lot of content to go through. Now, I'm super happy because we all get to play and hang out together, so it's not like, if you're here on the day, if you're here on the day, like, even if you've missed a couple episodes, you still get to get stuck in and get involved. But I also understand, as someone who has tried and failed to get into Critical Role so many times, it's like, just go to the archives. It'll be fine. It's never fine.
I am like almost 100 episodes in, I think, to Vox Machina stuff, and I'm just like, good God, how much is there?
All. So yeah, those of you, so you were saying it was Colt that was helping you out with the cut, right?
Or what was that?
That was helping you out with the recap videos.
So yeah, Compliment Cap and Tarl are helping with the videos.
Thank you kindly. And also shout out to Dorcas who's been doing the wiki page. So, I mean, that makes me stupid happy. So let's feck do a thing.
So yeah, unless there's anything else you want to throw in, we can jump on in.
Not really. Thick seems to be pretty good at resilient to psychic attacks and is surprisingly good at piloting a mech. Like, surprisingly good. He's mostly an ass to Tina. And that's just because it's funny. He has no intentions of doing them. One of our main goals is the guy that killed Hank the Tank. The person we didn't know about but kind of blagged our way through, who it turned out got murdered, who it turns out Tina is the daughter of. Yeah, the guy that killed Hank. That's our goal. We're gonna murder him hard. We've bribed the pirates. We've offered the pirates some goodies in exchange for them making sure that Matey Boy's not gonna be able to eject during the match. So even if we don't win the tournament, we get to kill this asshole. Because the rules of the tournament are very simple, that whenever anyone ejects, they're out. So you're not allowed to attack, you're not allowed to shoot down escape pods and things like that. But if he can't eject, that means he's still in the game, which means we're well within our rights to basically wail on his mech's torso until it leaks. You know what I'm saying?
Until thick red liquid comes out, you're good.
I'm pretty sure that's just, that's just
It's cool.
Hydraulic fluid. That's just, hydraulics. Red hydraulics.
Actually, I think hydraulic fluid is red, but anyway.
Well, see, we'd never know.
Yeah. Who's to say? Was it blood? Was it hydraulic fluid? Maybe a bit of both.
Ray says we're gonna let Tina murder him hard. Only right she gets to finish him. We'll see how it goes. I mean, this guy's not a pushover. We might not have the ability. I got prongles. We might not have the ability. So not the ability. We might not have the freedom to let him. We might just have to do him dead. You know what I'm saying? We may not. I didn't explain that at all. We may just have to kill him right good outright. If we leave him to faff around, we might lose Tina. That's not acceptable.
It's one of those. Tina would rather him be dead than her getting the final blow. So as long as he's dead, she doesn't really care. Because not only is he the person that killed Hank the Tank, he's being a dick about it and named his mech the Tank Killer. Okay, Clank is confirming that Hydrox fluid is red. So
There we go.
this is another one of those weird. Baron knows a little bit about a lot of things for some reason.
So when we squeeze the tank killer
Mm-hmm.
in his robot, you know, like taking the jaws of life to a can of soup, we won't know. We'll just assume it's hydraulic fluid.
And since it is like a fight with live munitions, like you guys do have to like sign waivers saying like, I understand that I might die doing this. You know, it's a fight waiver saying I understand.
It's fine. And we got to put some cool toys on our mech as well because we took something off.
Yeah, you took off the morphic silhouette dampeners because you found out you're going to be mostly in close quarters anyway. So yeah, you switched that up for breaching tools, which are intended to like breach like fortified buildings, but could theoretically also breach another mech.
Theoretically, it's my favorite word, along with free coffee. I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking that through. Right. So, when we last left our hero, he had just passed out after the prom, right?
Yep. This time you don't have any terrifying nightmares. Maybe it was the alcohol, maybe it was just that you were like mentally exhausted from
I can
all
get
of
used
the...
to this.
So yeah, you wake up the next morning kind of groggy. Again, Tina is up before you, and like she's sitting there at her table reading again. But since you've seen the book at this point, she just like keeps reading when you wake up.
I need world's largest coffee.
She like doesn't even look at you. She goes, "Well, my coffee machine's still broken, so."
I will have it tried for heresy, and then we'll get coffee.
She's like, "Cool, you do that."
Heresy.
You point vaguely in the direction of the kitchen.
Yeah.
So yes, technically the Balu Bowl starts today, but your match isn't until tomorrow.
Yeah.
So you have a day to prep or do whatever it is you want to do.
Okay, friendos. Rothar with new quest. Get Tina a new coffee machine. Hells yes. And make out of bits of feckin' the tank killer's mech. I might pay the scrappers a little bit of cash to make that happen. That would be good. But chickens and counting and all that. So, friendos, we've got a day. We've checked in with the pirates. The pirate captain seems on the level. One of his like second in commands is a psychotic murder jester with crazy psychic powers. Who likes
cybernetics.
Who likes us a lot because we can't get killed by their psychic blast. So they think we're great. Our mech is up to date. Like, we've tweaked it. We've got it up to scratch. We might want to check in, but I think Pippin's probably going to be grinding. It might be worth going down there just to sing King Pippin of Pippin Town at him for a little bit, but just a little bit.
I think, what was the name that you gave it? I think it was King Pippin of Macedonia. Also, since I inflicted it on you, I'm going to inflict it on Chad as well. Yesterday, I had stuck in my head Teeny Tiny Thick McRunfast, but to the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles theme song stuck in my head.
Teeny tiny thick McRunfast, teeny tiny thick McRunfast, teeny tiny thick McRunfast. He's a mech piloting idiot. Giant rubber power!
So yeah, I had that stuck in my head, so now all of you do too.
Tina taught him to be less of an idiot. He's still an idiot, guy.
But yeah.
Barlow Industries pays, and Hannah does machines.
Yeah.
Sorry, I can keep doing this all day. Let's continue.
So, Tina's like, all right, let me get dressed quick and then we'll go get coffee on the way.
Sorry for the slight interruption, but it seems that we're not done waging psychological warfare on each other, as Wraith does King Pippin to the tune of Prince Ali. Glorious tea, Alibaba.
You guys are all just the worst.
You're suffering it as well. Like, it's nice I get to share.
And Wraith, yes, there is a teeny tiny thick McRun fast. Somebody,
Oh, God, yes! I haven't
somebody
shown that up
made-
today.
teeny tiny thick McRun fast, which still needs to be painted, but
It does need to be painted. I don't have the ability to do so. But, so friendos, check it out. Teeny tiny thick McRun fast. Teeny tiny thick McRun fast. Teeny tiny thick McRun fast. Numpty in a robot. Run away! Thank you, Alpha. I hate that I keep getting, Anyway, sorry. Tiny Thick will run fast. He's here. He's looking at me. We got this. I can channel the focus. Stu's asking if fans want to see Seattle to paint thick. No, but I also haven't looked. E3 Bowl and getting sick ate my life. I'm still getting used to being in a world that's not E3. I'm still getting used to it. Okay, Tina's getting ready.
yeah, she like goes in the bathroom and is like changing.
Okay, so so I'm gonna get my gear on because I need to get my sub armor. If shit's gonna go down, it's gonna go down today. So I want sub armor, pistol loaded and ready. Boot knife back in. No one checked us for weapons at that party. Like, we could have started some shit.
Yep.
But I was too busy having a good time.
Well, you also do know that like the head of security was there, and so presumably there was also security. They just, if the upper light of anywhere dislike anything, it's being bothered by security. So they tried to keep it to a minimum. So yeah. Yeah, she comes out a few minutes later. You've donned your normal clothes.
Oh wait. There's an addition because we've currently got like the mech. Wait, no. Currently we're in like the jacket, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think. Have we got the mech suit tied off, or is the mech suit back in the? Friendos, what do you think? Is Thick going to be the kind of like the mech jumpsuit tied off at the waist, or is he wearing just kind of his standard getup? Because what I want to do, I want to take the tartan and turn it into either like an armband or like a sash or something. I just in case we see Mr. Barlow again, and we can be like, So Jarlan thinks we're in our standard getup. Zamansky says layer the kilt outside the mech suit. We could go kilt on the outside, but that seems very warm.
And mechs do get very hot inside, so.
Yeah, pants are lost tech, remember that. That's a BattleTech joke.
The suits that you like put on are like, they do have like coolant pumped through them. Like when you sit down into the seat, it like, it hooks up. And so it is designed to try and keep you cool since the mechs do tend to get really hot.
Oh! Ray's pointed out the kilts sometimes come with a sash. Do I own a sash? Yes, this is the point this is the point of contention.
Sure. Yeah, it came with a sash. There's one of those like, you can wear it or not, whatever.
Alright, it's going on. So we got the sash on now over the jacket.
So boots, jeans, jacket. You've got a sash, and you've got your like Hello Space Kitty backpack.
We're a mess. We're a hot mess. Hindle was suggesting to wear the kilt like a cape, but then I'd hide the backpack. Our teeny tiny. I don't think it's not on the handouts, but was it Viadora did us a version of the tiny cat? Let me see if I can find it real quick. Yeah, look at it! Look at his little. Oh no, wrong one. That's my face. Look at his little face. Look at that! Mm. So cute. Right. So, I'm dressed, I'm tooled, like, knives ready, weapons are ready, like, Submalus is on, like, I'm armored, tooled up. Okay, so friendos, what are we gonna do? Now, here's what I'm thinking. We got a chance to chat to Mr. Barlu, but we talked to him, before the siren. Now, I'm not against him coming to talk to us. Like, we don't have anything to hide from him, but we've got some understanding. We could talk to head of security, because having him on site is probably going to help us a bunch. If anyone tries to pull any crap on us today, I wouldn't mind having some backup. We can go get riggedy wrecked. You know, the day is our oyster.
Yeah, so Tina comes out of the bathroom. Her mohawk is down at the moment, it's just like off to the side. It's still very red. But yeah, she's like, you know, affixing her various pins to her jacket as she comes out. Because you found out last time that she's certified, like, basically everything to do with mechs. To at least some degree. Yeah.
Ooh, Jared has a good point. Kitty!
She's complaining because the blinds are closed with the windows open, so she can't sit there and look out. Anyway.
Sorry, yes. So, still kind of in a pre-coffee grog. I'm just gonna be like, hey. So, I noticed the siren was all like, with your runes. What's the deal with those?
She kind of sighs and goes,
Standard Tina response.
so it's the siren's native language, and it is effectively the name of one of their gods.
As you do. Wait, good god, bad god?
Yes. According to the siren's original lore, the weavers were, you know, they traveled the skies and the spaces between stars, but at some point there became a threat to them and other living creatures, but they were a very peaceful race, but they decided to defend the other races, but that meant that some of them had to become warring and modify themselves so that they had a weaponry. And amongst themselves, they decided that the kindest and gentlest of them should be the one given weapons, because they would be more likely to show mercy in the face of war.
Okay.
And these tattoos are the name of the first one to ever take up arms.
No big deal. How did you know about all this stuff?
Yes. There was a siren in one of my classes when I was training my psychic abilities. We dated for a while. Moving on. And she just like walks out the door.
I'm not gonna say anything, but I'm gonna follow along behind with one of those like shit-eating, like, you've been having makeouts kind of smiles, like,
But did they take up legs? No, they have tentacles. They don't have legs. So yeah, you guys stop for coffee again with that little like cart guy on the way. Do you buy 3 coffees again?
You know what? Yes, I do buy 3 coffees.
All right. So Tina buys 2 again. You buy 3 again to assert dominance.
No, semantically, yeah. I'm gonna buy 4 coffees. It's kind of like...
And keep in mind, this guy doesn't have like a drink carrier, so you're just having to like walk around with them all. And she's just like putting up with your bullshit at this point. Just like whatever, just get the coffee and let's go.
Okay, so I guess we'll follow Tina back to the hangar, and then we'll decide, friendos, like if there's anything that we want to pursue, because if trouble's gonna come a knocking, I'd rather it don't come a knocking in the hangar. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So you show up to work, and again, like you turn the lights on, and Pippin is in his little like makeshift hammock again, and you just hear like, "Oh God, why?"
All hail King Pippin!
And from like under his blanket that he's like wrapped himself in, you just see a little tiny like flips you off, and then he like starts like trying to get out of his hammock, which is, you know, a feat in and of itself. She hands him his coffee, and he starts drinking it. Looking up at your mech, it's basically repaired. Like it's good to go.
Also handing Pippin a coffee.
Again, he's just like, whatever. And then he just goes back to sipping both of them, like alternating. And yeah, they start ranting about, you know, she's like, you know, repairs done. He's like, yeah, repairs are done. Axe is modified. And yeah, you see the axe now. It's got the blade on the one side, and it's got the tooth on the back side.
So we can wail on with one side, but when we want to do that psychic tooth, we can.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, it's more or less ready to go. He's just talking to her about, you know, fine-tuning little things. And yeah, and then eventually Hannah comes in. Hannah looks like death, but she's here.
Good morning, sunshine.
She's just like, oh God, please don't. Why did you let me drink?
Because it was exceptionally entertaining. I'm gonna, at the same time as Tina starts handing her a coffee, I'm gonna match Tina's movement like 1 for 1.
Tina didn't buy a coffee for Hannah, she just bought one for Pippin. But
so mean. So I'm gonna give Hannah a coffee.
She goes, oh, thank you. And like starts like basically chugging it.
I say, as if she goes for the chug, I'm gonna go with Doom Ninja suggestion, and once she finishes one coffee, I'm just gonna be like, here's another.
She just kind of looks at it like, thank you, and then goes, how many coffees did you buy?
Enough.
Oh, okay. And then this one she like is sipping on, trying to wake up.
Ray says, Hannah used to drink coffee, remember she prefers tea. Well, now she's 2 coffees deep on the day before Mech Day. She'll be fine!
So yeah, I think you spend like the first part of this morning just like doing fitting stuff. Like Pippin has you like suit up and go up and like sit in your mech and like make sure that all the things connect properly and whatnot. And like, you know, he puts the little like clamp things down around your head that like scan your brain.
Shrike, what, oh friend? Shrike's like, fucking nerds.
Sure, and I stayed up way too late last night watching Adventure Time.
Come on and defeat your friends.
So yeah, he's like, you know, making sure the fits all work and like all the things plug in properly and whatnot. Can you roll a skill check for me? This will be a DC 8 pre-tech roll.
Alright. So that's exclamation, that's hash skill, isn't it? Yeah.
Yep.
9!
Alright, plus your intelligence, which you know for a fact is 2, plus pre-tech, which is... Oh, that's right, it renamed this new character sheet.
Hey.
Named things so they're a little... whatever. Anyway.
We're in no rush today. Plus, Shrike says that your Adventure Time session was amazing. Yo! Pirates are inbound! Luckily, you have found me as I am immediately in my giant robot of power! Baron! I need full systems! 80 fields to maximum! give me a fuck off axe because we are
Reactor
under
online.
raid!
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Let's roll out!
Yeah. I need to add more sound effects so I can just play anything for you.
I just inhaled Pringles!
Don't die. We need you.
It wasn't the assault that killed me, it was my snack foods! Okay, everyone who has just come on over from the Go Pirate stream, what? Oh, and welcome! It is lovely to see you all. Who was it who brought you in? Was it Thor or Shay? As you lay siege to our defenses. It was Thor! Thor's like, think Run Fast can't save you now. I mean, couldn't save me from inhaling my own Pringles. So, to those of you who have joined us, hello. We are currently playing Memory Equals Null. It's a tabletop campaign with giant robots, psychers and crazy stuff, and it is myself and all of you lot playing as the illustrious Thick McRunfast, an amnesiac mech pilot who's about to get into some serious mischief, run by the illustrious Baron Sheep. This has been kind of like, this campaign's been designed so we can all play it together. So, in the words of Deckard Cain, I have a Herodrian cube in my urethra. No, stay a while and listen. Sorry, I always get those two mixed up. That's where he kept it. That's where he's sitting down all the time.
Why is the theme of today putting things in your pee hole, Will?
I didn't start it. Raid started it. The Herodrian cube, once inserted into your urethra, will help me defeat Diablo.
I love my I think it was day 9 I first saw do it, but the he discovered that Deckard Cain plus coffee cup becomes Bane.
I'm glad that's where you went because that went at a strange point.
Yep. I was trying to bring it back, and it's
Jinnet, just let you know that I am deaf, and for some odd reason I got a sub here without me realizing. Well, let me just quickly just tap back to Jinnet. Nay worry, we have a lot of lovely folks here who have a habit of, in quotes, hunting the unsubbed. I have no control over them.
Kitsa, is that a buff pup emote? Oh my gosh, it is. I love buff pup. She's great.
So friendos, I guess because we just had a bunch of you join, it's lovely to meet you all. Just to give you a quick up to speed, we are doing the pre-pep before the big mech tournament. All the major mech companies all compete in one big match a year to show off the latest technology. We have blagged, lied, and drunk our way into this to getting a job. And we have been given a sweet mech. We put a fecking alien tooth on the back handle of a giant axe because it does cool shit. The thing about this campaign that I love is it is me and all of you. So feel free to comment, make suggestions, deliver some snappy one-liners. It is us together. I think canonically we agreed that you're all the voices in Thick's head. But yeah, it's not just going to be me and Baron talking silently and ignoring you lot. So if you've got time, coming in. Otherwise, thank you for the raid, yo. Sorry, shall we continue, sir?
Yes, so you rolled enough. So you are having like this thing put on your head, and it was kind of making you think back to that vision the siren gave you of you like wiping your own memory, executing the memory equals null protocol.
Ooh.
And so you're thinking about it, and you remember that there is technology out there that does like wipe people's memory. It's one of those like, some places it's legal, some places it's not, because it's kind of a weird moral gray area. Because primarily it's used rather than giving people the death penalty, they just wipe their brains and then like give them a new job.
Oh wow.
On some planets, not here, but some planets do have that. Like that's a thing, and it's kind of a large point of moral debate about like you're removing everything that kind of makes them a person and making them a new person. So yeah, this is a technology that exists. So you're not sure if that's the case or
so it could have been a punishment. Like, we still think it's self-inflicted, but we don't know.
Yeah, free will versus death. So yeah, it's kind of a moral gray area. It's one of those things that planet to planet it kind of varies on whether or not they do it or not.
That particular Star Trek episode still haunts me, but that's another story.
So yeah, that's kind of what you're thinking about as you're sitting here, like Pippin hooking you up and make sure everything fits right.
So, friendos, as that raid came in, we literally had just sat in the cockpit of our mech doing like test warm-up stuff. So that was perfect timing. Perfect timing.
I think right about now
It's time to have some fun.
you end up getting out of the mech and going down,
Okay.
and then
So test is done.
Tina comes over, and you've never seen this before, but Tina is like giddy. She's like, Thick, I need you to take Pippin and go get coffee.
Okay.
It's like, just keep him out of here for like 15-20 minutes.
Done.
So you grab Pip.
I need to get more coffee. I'm still hungover. That's a lie. Pippin, I need more coffee. You need a break. You've been here too long. Come on, we're gonna do a coffee run. Come on, Pippin, coffee run.
He's like, God, okay, fine. We're like, all right. And so he like starts following you out of the mech. He's like wiping grease off his hands as he goes. So as you're walking to go get coffee, he's like, so how was the ball?
It was fancy as heck. You probably would have ended up in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
We didn't start a fist fight, which was impressive. I might have snogged a siren. That happened.
He kind of goes, is that just like a thing mech pilots do now? Is that because I need to start advertising that I'm a pilot if so?
Apparently that's how it goes down. And Hannah had a lovely time. She got trash drunk, but she had a lovely time.
Yeah, she looks like death.
Yeah. But we had a dance. It was lovely. The whole the non-tank killing part of the evening was lovely.
Yeah, that guy's a dick. He tried to get me to work for him once, and I just flipped him off the entire time he was talking to me.
I can see that. Yeah, it took everything that we had not to just pick up a folding chair and beat him to death there. But I'm hoping for something a little bit more permanent in the arena. I'm just saying that with like that half joking, half villainous kind of role.
He kind of chuckles as you walk along. You just kind of fall silent. You walk for a moment in silence, and he goes, "Hear that Tina dated a siren for a while?
Right? What's up with that?
Like, how do you do that even?
Like they've got tentacles.
I know. Like, what do they have? Like, I don't know how that works."
I know nothing. I heard the term tentabulge once, and I don't need to know any more.
He has this like scared and confused, but still curious. Like he wants to know. He's like, "I'm gonna regret searching some things later today."
Yeah, just turn incognito spoogle mode on.
Oh yeah, no, he definitely. That's always on. And I think you're both like just walking in silence to get coffee, both thinking like, what even?
Is it like an angry cuttlefish? I'm sorry, I'm being horrendous today.
So eventually you get back to the place, and you've got a round of coffees for everybody. And you walk in, and Tina and Hannah are both standing there like at attention, trying not to laugh, like I go, King Pippin, and they bow and they like step aside, and you see they've made a little throne out of mech parts.
Ah! Without even breaking a stride, I just start going. Presenting His Highness King Pippin!
And he's just like, God fucking damn it. And he's not moving, and so Tina like literally walks over and picks him up because he's like 2 feet tall, and goes and sets him on the throne, and then pulls out a crown made out of wrenches that have been like welded together, and puts it on his head. And he's just like, I hate you guys so much. And like Hannah and Tina are both just going. And then after a moment, Pippin goes, "Are you guys done now?" She goes, "Oh God, no! There's so much more coming, but you can go now." He's like, "I hate you guys so much," and he like gets down.
As he walks past, my liege!
And he walks away, still just wearing the crown. He didn't even bother taking it off.
Ah! Best day ever! Oh, this is gonna be a good one. I guess to those of you who just joined us, we found out that Pippin's like royalty on the run. Like he's a mech mechanic by trade, working with all the bigs. But it turns out he might be in line for a throne on some planet somewhere, and he's very not happy about this.
Yeah, he ran away because he was like 3rd or 4th in line for the throne. But since then, a couple people have died or gone missing, and so now he's actually next in line for the throne. Yeah. So, I think right about now the like, you know, buzzer on the front door goes off.
It's starting. It's starting. Don't worry, I'll get it. All right, clank.
All right, you open it up. There's a young girl. She's maybe like 12, in kind of ratty clothing.
She has a flyer, so help me.
No, but she looks like she's probably homeless. But you notice hanging around her neck by a chain. It's one of those, like, I forget what they're called, but whatever like the dog tag chains are, whatever those are called.
Yeah.
It's one of those, but she has 2 nuts hanging by a chain around her neck.
Okay, reference! So, back when we started interacting with the pirates and the murder clowns before, we knew that the psychic death jester was part of the pirates. They sent me a note informing me that I had to, they wanted a meeting or something. And they sent it via a street urchin. So what I did is I took 2 like nuts, as in nuts and bolts, and gave it to the child and just went, he'll know what they're for. Having no idea what they were for, just making shit up. So now it's the sign that the jester's sending me stuff. So last night at the ball, there was this one overly fancy dignitary who did not look as like a lick out of place, looked like it could absolutely have blended into a crowd of millionaires, but was wearing on a chain the 2 nuts that I had given to the street urchin. So I'm like, yeah. Do I have a way I can give this kid some money without like having all my money gone?
Yeah, we can say that you've stopped by somewhere and gotten like you've split your cred stick into like smaller cred sticks.
Okay, so yes, I was wondering when you'd call.
And she just like holds out to you basically like a thumb drive.
Thank you, child, and 5 credits for your troubles.
She kind of looks surprised and is like, thank you.
No worries, and tell your employer thank you again.
He goes, okay. She just like walks off.
Just replying to Digi very quickly.
Actually, while you do that, I realized my water is empty, so I'm gonna get more water.
Go refill.
So I will be right back.
Baron's gonna be with us in just a second. Yeah, Commodore Cap, HoloLens Network. Surprisingly effective. Wow, how has it been an hour and a half already? Damn it. So, Jaralan, was it yourself that found us a giant robot concept artist that might be able to do some stuff on the mechs? Because I feel like we should get I feel like we should get some art on that one. Eventually, like the thick Tina, Pippin, Hannah with the robot in the background, the family photo. I really want that as a piece of art. One of the only other thing I need to do is to commission is PAX art, but I'm going to see if Harmful Rays has got time to do that one. Alpha, that's savage. That is savage. The daughter says because I'm a time vortex. That has not been proven too hard by science. Pickle says, subtitles on YouTube are easy, but Twitch is a mess, yeah. I mean, it's the technology, it's trying to do them live action, and we found that when Ket was using his, they were pretty good, but it didn't like my accent, so I haven't found a program that works real well with my Britishisms yet. Welcome back, welcome back.
Thank you. I had more to drink last night than I intended to, so I'm chugging water to make up for it.
Adventure time. Get drunk with your friends. Because Djinnet is a deaf viewer, so we're just taking him through a little bit of the details. Well, his part, but I was saying to the rest of the crowd that like the auto subtitling programs that I've looked at don't like my accent very well.
Yeah. That's one of those things, unfortunately, most of those are developed by Americans, and so they don't account for British accents.
Yeah, and if you've ever seen text-to-speech versus Glaswegian, that's a special treat.
Oh, that sounds amazing. One of the things that I considered doing for a recap this time, and we might for next episode, is have chat write a recap and have you do the text-to-speech on it, and just have that be our recap.
That would be very funny. I mean, they have the power. They have the power. Right, so kids hand me a USB drive. All right. So I'm good with cred stick, and I was like, and say hi to your employer for me.
She kind of is like, yeah, employer, right? And like walks off.
I mean, what else am I to call him? Murder clown threatens homeless kid.
You don't really threatened her. Anyway.
We know he's pro-children. Like, we know he's not, for lack of a better term, a diddler, because that was his first big murder. Yeah, there was a creeper who quite possibly was being inappropriate with children, and our jester friend opened him like a can of spaghetti.
You also found out that, like, in a single day, basically every priest from that religion was killed galaxy-wide.
Couldn't possibly comment.
And since Janice works for the pirates, we're thinking maybe it was the pirates that did it.
They have the power to make it happen. Okay. So, we've got a thumb drive. Hey, Hannah!
She's like, please stop yelling.
I need to check a thing, but like not on main network. Have you got like a not connected thing?
She's like, yeah, we can unplug one of the computers.
Thank you.
She like goes over, she pulls up one of the like tablets and like disconnects it from the network.
All right. Thank you. Also, I hope you're feeling better.
She's like, the coffee's helping.
Okay, let's see what we got.
All right, so yeah, you plug it in, and there's a single file on the drive.
Sorry,
and
just jumping back to that previous one, Geraldine was like, now that's what I call a bad religion. But Actually, Szymanski, we don't know how many murder clowns they have. Murder jesters. We are possibly going to destroy a children's party clown at some point throughout this campaign. Did you just pick at me?
I took 4 points of psychic damage for that pun. Anyway. So, you pull up the file, and it's schematics for the tank killer's mech.
Hey, Hannah!
It's like, again, yelling, can we not?
How much of the coffee have you had?
Most of it.
You might want something stronger, and then I just pass her the tablet.
She looks at it, she goes, oh shit, where the hell did you get this?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you.
She calls Tina over and they start looking it over together. She goes, interesting. So by the looks of it, and she like pulls it up and shows it to you. She like throws it up on like a hollow display. So Vladov is a psychic. So he's running a Psymech, and looks like he's basically got no offense. This is entirely defensive. So he's planning on his other two people in his squad to do all the damage. And she kind of pulls up some of the details on the arms. And he's got these two like huge shield things on his arms. She goes, it looks like he's basically between force fields and his psychic abilities is planning on just like standing in front and taking all the hits. These are shield directional shield generators, so he can just put these together and make a shield in front of him, and they can fire around from behind him.
That's, I mean, partially problematic. So he's just going to use his psychic powers to keep him alive, while his mateys handle it.
Yeah.
Okay, so we need to handle his feckin' psychics, don't we?
Go. Yeah, well, theoretically, if I charge the tooth up with enough energy, it could still knock through it, because that won't block psychic attacks. It's just physical stuff.
And then once he's all reeling from that, I jab him with a breaching charge, and it's good night, Gracie!
Tina kind of chuckles and goes, if my plan works, you won't need to.
Well, let me dream, Tina! Tina, let me dream!
And so they sit and they pore over the schematics for a bit and kind of discuss possible ways around it, and like its pros and its cons.
So I now know if his ejecting system does work, I now know like which way it's going to spit out. So I know where to jam a breaching charge if needs be.
Yeah. And yeah, you find out looking through all the schematics, it basically ejects out like the back of the mech kind of at an angle. It just takes like the entire cockpit pod and just like shoots it out the back.
Ooh, so if we get him on his back.
Yeah. Because like theoretically, he can leave the shields up for a couple seconds without being in it. So he would theoretically, if it was like everything was going terrible, he could just like pop the shield up, eject, and it would cover him for a couple seconds. Hell, he got out.
Oh yeah, because Jaredman's asking, can we short any of his fancy tech out? Well, in theory, so we've got our axe blade on one side. On the back end, remember I stole that tooth from a giant dead alien whale back thing? Well, turns out that's basically like a psychic attack doof cannon. Gets one shot. We can basically use it like a breach axe. We flip it round, use the pick side, and just churn through his shields, which he is not going to see coming.
Yeah, especially from somebody that's not running a Psymech. So.
But the thing is, and if he busts out some kind of like weird like psychic attack, like, oh my head, we're just going to be like, what up? My name's Thick McRunfast. I don't get headaches. I think we could do something with this. Yeah, and Camille's correct, because his idea is he's been running this aggro thing. The reason why he's been shit-talking, the reason why he's named his mech the Tank Killer, is to bait Tina into scrapping with him so the other two do the job.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I mean, I should probably be saying this in character, sorry. So kind of like, once, like looking over it's like, okay, so this guy's whole deal, including his shit-talking ahead of time, was to bait Tina. What the fucking hell?
Tina, I think, sighs and goes, I mean, he's smart. He knows what he's doing. He's an old mech pilot. You don't become an old mech pilot unless you know what you're doing.
Well, hopefully he won't be too much older. But we know his game now.
She goes, we have a plan. We're going to stick with it. I'm not gonna fall into him being an asshole. But we are gonna fucking kill him.
Oh yeah, gotcha.
And I have talked with some of the other pilots, and we've made sure that if he does fall in the games, he is not getting a monument because he's an asshole.
Latrine, possibly, but not a monument. So Gerald's asking, so far the only person... the only person who's been able to psychically affect Thix seems to be the Siren. Yes. And occasionally we keep seeing threads. You know, the thing that seems to bind all living things. Yeah, I'm allowing that one. And everyone's down for murder, murder, murder.
The White Russian Memorial shithouse. Oh, it's just a porta potty. It just says the White Russian.
Yeah.
Hi,
I'm Thick Run Fast, and welcome to Jackass.
So yeah, they're basically all prep work is done. So the rest of the day is more or less to yourself.
Okay, so we've got the gear. What else could we get that might help us? Like, Barlow's not going to help us sabotage. I mean, is there any value in giving Barlow the plans as well? Like, is there any value in sneaking them to the security chief? I'm asking more like the group. Archer says, did you get the clown faceplate for a fist applicator? Yes, we did. We just haven't managed to hire a children's party clown. So we could just spend the rest of the day doing that.
Going out and murdering some random dude you found on Spoogle.
I spoogled the children's party clown. What else can we do? Alright. So, I mean, like, think about who we know. We know a pretty experienced old drop pilot. There's the old guy at the party who really liked Tina and was super happy to hang out with us.
Yeah, and he's an exchange agent, so he like works for the bank. The exchange is a universal banking and communication network. For those of you that don't know, they basically pride themselves on being like the neutral party. They're basically everyone's bank, but they're also the people that issue certifications. So like all the mech pilots have to go through the exchange, prove that they can pilot a mech, and then they rank them. So all of the pins that like you and Hannah and Tina have are all issued by the exchange. And you found out from some of the supplemental stuff that I've done, this agent is the one that like was taking care of Tina and Hannah.
Okay.
So
yeah, I can't think of anything we desperately need to do right now. But I will take any and all suggestions, dear friends. Ray said we can try and track down the alien bloke from the shuttle we arrived on. Ask if he knows anything weird. Wait, does Stick even have a pin? Oh, he did have a pin.
Yes, Stick does have a mech pilot pin.
Oh, terribly sorry. I keep forgetting you're seeing that. So I was checking a thing. It was one of the ways which we found out that we had a profession initially, because the guy we first spoke to on the shuttle, he had the gold wing pin, and we had the gold hammer pin. So he was like, oh. And then we had tattoos on our forearms of like every major corporation.
Mm-hmm. Which also act as your like ID with those corporations.
Yeah.
And although you show up in every corporation's database, all records of you are blank. It's just like your name, and then it's like, he's rated super well, hire this guy immediately, but there's no jobs done. Or like there's no listings of any previous work that you've ever done.
Adds a certain worrying element. We could... And we tried looking into the psychic. Yeah, so we did look a little bit into the psychic. So we know a little bit that from our memories, we know that we interacted with someone who's wearing the old style garb, or if we were remembering someone else's past, like we are. Us. Sorry, excuse the T-burps. I do apologise, friends. I do apologise. Our story with the faction that runs all the Psychers goes back real far. Like, possibly like hundreds of years. Possibly thousands. not good at maths.
Yeah, you had a vision of one of these guys from this organization wearing clothing that you found out was at least 200 years old, because that's when they changed their style last. They don't really care much about fashion, so they only update it rarely. And the person you saw was wearing like the really old school garb.
Sorry. So it's like, I don't think we can get too much out of that. Like, we weren't able to locate where we were at, and we weren't able to discern what time our little vision, our memory was from. But it was at some point before they changed over, so it's at least a couple hundred years old. Jarrowland's saying, Spoogle, whether there are other people in the universe who are numb to psychic energy. Ooh, yeah, we don't know that. We could do some Spoogle time. Just a little bit of Spoogle time. Terribly sorry. I mean, the other thing we do have a teeny tiny AI. What was our partner AI's name?
Giles.
So we could look at getting Giles a little bit unchained, just for a bit of fun.
Which again is pretty illegal, especially up here. Like, basically, he's not allowed to be on up here on the station. Like, you can only power him on when you're down on the planet.
Okay. Jarrod's like, go get a Giro. Go get some gyros. Stay healthy. I'm trying to stay healthy. I didn't go out drinking last night.
When was it that Sector 307 got destroyed? It was like 70 years ago, give or take. I think.
Sorry. I've seen things. Horrible things.
And yes, for those of you, again, I know that we're doing a lot of recap, but for those of you that don't know, we found out that Sector 307, there used to be a star there, and then some people showed up because you can pull hydrogen from stars to use as spaceship fuel.
Yeah.
They showed up to the sector to pull some fuel for their ship, and the star was just gone, and now there's this massive, basically impenetrable nebula sitting in the that sector.
Okay.
And you've now had visions that lead you to believe that there's something inside that nebula.
Oh, we do have one other thing. Our Spoogle delivery that allowed us to put the Longship logo on the back of Thick Run Fast's jacket. Yes, that's metagaming. Yes, that's like OC-IC, but I want it. And as selfish as it is... What happened to your cat?
Nothing. I was opening up beer that I smuggled in.
What did your cat do? Rebuilt by science and glass.
No, I got one of those like 12 packs of Blue Moon, and I was like prying the top open.
Also, Tenari, well, what Hellflames? So friendos, if you've got any suggestions of what we can do with Dick, because I can't think of anything right now, and I don't know if that's because I'm being brain dead, or if that's because we are at the point where we're ready to kind of really get into the meat of stuff. We could go watch some of the early matches and cause some mischief and see what happens there. Because that'll be fun for the Balu Bowl, friendos.
So the matches are actually happening down on the planet.
Oh.
But there are like viewing parties where you can go and like, you know, it's like pay-per-view bars basically buy the things, or you can go to like the official like viewing stadium, which has huge like screens.
There's always time with the weeping cock.
There are drones that like watch the fights as well as like satellite imagery, so they cut all that together.
So the suggestions, Zemansky's saying Spoogle the tentacle stuff. Jarland says find out who's behind Pippin on the throne line and is technically a threat to Pippin's life. Ray says we could go to the Weaver's Conclave and ask some questions about their religion. Not a bad shout. Yeah.
And I believe somebody also suggested spoogling if other people are psychically numb.
Okay, so let's do a couple of quick spoogles before while we decide what we're going to do with the rest of Thick's day. So first spoogle, numb psychics.
Go ahead and do a skill roll for me.
Welcome to Skill. I'm your host, Thick McRunfast, and today I'm going to be rolling a 6.
From what you can tell, like, you start reading things about MES and like its effect on people that have it, or people that they use it on. You find out there's a thing called system strain, where if you have psychic abilities used on you too much, your brain just like shuts down and won't let anything else happen to it as like a defense mechanism. So most people are susceptible until they reach their like system strain, and then either it stops working on them for a while, or it like gives them a aneurysm and like they die. So it's one of those like don't use psychic abilities on people too often because it could potentially accidentally kill them. But there's no reports of someone being like completely immune.
Okay. So
that you can find anyway.
We're either in the throngs of a bad time and may get wrecked by psychic powers in the future, or we're something special. So one or t'other. All right.
Yeah. You'd also know that like from just going down this little like wiki. No, we're not going to do that anyway. You find out that getting cybernetics also does add permanent system strain to people, so that they can't have as much psychic things done to them.
Wait, did we get ourselves scanned? Do we know if we have cybernetic implants?
Nope, you have not gotten yourself scanned.
That wouldn't be a bad shout. Sharon says also Siren psychic powers compared to average person. Archer says get yourself scanned. Alright, let's quickly find out about Pippin's bloodline, and then let's go get ourselves scanned. Anyone who's played the SNES Shadowrun game will know that's a good thing to have done. You don't want any surprises. Sorry. Yeah, who's next in the list for Pippin's throne? Like,
go ahead and do
who would want to murder Pippin to become king of the space?
All right, go ahead and do another skill roll. This will be, again, it's going to be a sliding scale with your int.
Ding ding ding, skill.
Just to see what you roll.
It's not good. It's 3.
The Chambran they're pretty tight-mouthed about their lineage because, like you've found this out previously, their home planet was destroyed from something, and so they've basically done everything within their power to keep their culture together, and so they're pretty secretive about the bloodlines.
Yeah, okay. Honestly, if I'd rolled any lower, I basically just would have been on one of those like fucking BuzzFeed articles of 10 things Chambrans hate about you.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
The millennial Chambrans are ruining Chambran society. Sorry.
No, it was hauntingly accurate. Right. So, we wanna go get ourselves scanned. Is there anything else we want to know about Vic? Because this isn't a bad time. Because you were saying that our gun had also been recharged as well, so the pistol's like ready to rock in case shit goes down.
Yeah, you're not sure if Tina charged it or if it like charged itself, but you know that your gun is pre-scream technology as well.
Yeah.
So.
It is sweet. And in my mind, I choose to believe it's like one of the hella fancy, like like the Destiny 2, the Rat King, but with a nicer design. So it's got like one of those like weeb katana handles, but then like the slide and everything is all like smooth and like with like etching, because I'm a massive weeb.
Yeah, it's matte black, and it's basically there's no marking on it except for the word Vanguard, which is carved in the side.
Yes.
And it's like machined, it's not like hand carved. And then it pulls forward and breaches forward to pull the battery out.
Which makes me very happy because I love front brakes.
You also found out that you can not on this ship because guns are hard to come by on this station because they're illegal.
Yeah.
But you can eventually get like quick reloaders for your gun.
Yeah. And we know that it does not go off through sensors, so we can just wear it around.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So you could also try and find, like, there are black markets, and I mean, Tina's been around. She might actually know where you could possibly find like quick loaders like that.
Okay. So I'm going to call our security contact over at Balu because I want to find out where we can get scanned off the grid. Like, if we've got like a tiny alien inside us or like some Krang type shit, I kind of don't want to go to a street dock for that one because then we'd have to kill him. And we haven't done any impromptu murder. We haven't killed anybody.
You haven't.
We haven't knowingly killed anybody. Also, TSCTH went, oh!
You tried, but you missed.
Which, I like that we pulled it off as if that was what we intended.
Yeah.
Jarland says, Thick's a good boy. Thick's not against doing the bad for the right reasons. TSCTH very quickly. Here's the tat healing. It's healing real well. Okay. I resent the term. So, Archer the Eye says, congrats, it's not a murder hobo. I resent the term murder hobo because none of my murderous characters in tabletop games have been without an abode. They have been well fed, well clothed, possibly on a kill spree. Okay, yeah, so, gonna give, I'm sorry I forgot his name. It's,
Devon Maffa.
I'm gonna give Devon a quick bell, see how he's doing, and see if we can get a scan on the choir. So.
Yeah, it takes him a couple rings to pick up. And he just, answers like, hello, Devon Maffa.
How's your pirate problem?
It's like, it's interesting. They're unlocking certain ports so that the combatants can go down to the station, but that's about it.
I told you what they got going down, right?
Yeah, we're, personally, we can't really do anything about it because if we do anything, they could just destroy the entire station. And as far as we know, the planet too, so...
I mean, to be fair, from what I heard, they're not doing anything to the Balu mechs, so I'm just looking forward to the fun.
Yeah, you're just really lucky that they have money riding on Tina.
Just one quick pause. Crowbeak! What? Who? E3 is done! Nobody... Well, we didn't die. I assume, like, all the Just Dance stage dancers got mulched outside and fed to the rest of Ubisoft. But aside from that, nobody died! Oh, and Stu's saying, will someone tell me what happened to Pippin? We found out that he's in line for the throne.
Yes, so Pippin is in line for the throne, and so they were trying to look up just to see if anybody would want him dead so they could get to the throne. Because a couple people have gone missing or died. And so now Pippin is next in line for the throne.
Yeah, we made him a crown. So Krobik...
Which he's still wearing, by the way.
Krobik, it is lovely to see you, and I hope your E3 wasn't too stressful. We are playing our tabletop campaign, Memory Equals Null. The continuing adventures of one thick McRunfast, amnesiac mech pilot, and chronic asshole. With a heart of gold.
Oh, Stu, yeah, no, he wasn't being murdered. They were looking up to see the likelihood that somebody's trying to murder him. So he's fine.
Yeah, I'm sorry to make you panic there, Stooge. So now, back to our continued adventures. Devon, I'm sorry to bug you, man, but I need a tiny favour. I need to get scanned on the choir.
He goes, given your situation, that's it's probably not a bad idea. Let me make some calls. I'll get back to you.
Cheers, man. And when this is all done, pint, yeah?
He goes, we'll see. And then he hangs up.
Devon likes me. Yes, I do crave the approval of fictional NPCs. And very quickly, Krobik. So Krobik says that E3 was nice. They stayed home and handled cancellations, reschedules, and other requests. That is lovely. So you didn't have to actually handle the direct stuff. Made points with Indicate. Oh, so you're working with Sky. Feck. Sorry, we're working with Starlight. Starlight Skies. We're cool. Right, now, back to the adventures. So we've got a little bit of time before Devin gets us a hookup. Wow.
I was rolling for Devin.
Oh, just to see whether or not he likes me.
No, I was willing to see whether or not he can find anybody to do this. So he's making some calls.
Szymanski says more coffee. I am okay for coffee for a little bit. But, yeah.
Spoogle illegal stuff. Just in general, it's like, what is illegal?
So we know firearms are very illegal. Actually, I might take pixels up quickly. Main station illegal activities. Why not? What's the worst can happen?
I mean, yeah, there was like the thing that you got when you first boarded the station, which was like, you know, we generally abide by the universal treaty put down by the exchange, where, you know, like murder is illegal, theft is illegal, the normal things, and then they had listed like the things that are illegal on the station specifically. You know, guns are illegal just because it's a space station and I don't want some drunk asshole shooting a hole in the hull.
That's safe, that's safe.
And so most people, when they come onto the station with a gun, the port authority actually like puts a lock on it so they cannot fire.
Okay.
And you can't get it off unless you were leaving the station. But yours didn't show up on the scanner, so they didn't do that.
Okay. That was also we got to choose our own name, which was Thick with Run Fast.
Which has been hilarious. Yeah, other than that, like, it's pretty standard, like, you know, certain drugs are illegal. You find out there's a bunch of, like, recent legislation about, there's a drug going around the station that is a fungus that has grown down on the planet, that in small doses is a psychotropic, but in larger doses, it's, you know, there's like that fungus that like takes control of ants and makes like zombie ants.
Yes.
It does that,
Ah.
but to people. So,
No,
like in small quantities, your immune system can fight it off, but if you take too much, or if you have a compromised immune system, yeah, it turns you into like this ravenous, crazed thing. So there's been a lot of like.
Does it spread?
Maybe. But yeah, there's been like a rash of this happening, and so because of that, they're now imposing rules about like the miners that go down to the planet, getting regular checkups to make sure that they're not actually doing this.
They send children to the planet?
Mining materials, not miner as in age. And you saw a bunch of these guys like get off when you first, like they got off their transport when you got off yours.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, friendos, if we ever have to make a very quick getaway, starting a Zombocalypse on the station, not a terrible idea. It worked for Umbrella Corp. They still turned a profit. Wiped out like 3 cities.
Yeah. With your look, you're gonna see zombies at some point. I don't know if you haven't seen one yet. So yeah, that's a thing. Those are kind of the major like hot button issues at the moment on the station. Other than that, it's, you know, normal things are illegal.
Okay.
Prostitution on this station actually is legal. So
Unionize.
basically, like, it was happening anyway, and so they're like, we'd rather just have these people be healthy and safe, so we're gonna make it legal.
That's how we know this is a fictional universe, because people are actually being sensible.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, that's what happens when you have a huge corporation like the Exchange that is legitimately not for profit. They're just like, we just want everything to work together. So they can kind of swing there. We are the bank. Do what we say.
I'm entirely okay with this. Okay. Alright. What else could we need? Now, I don't think that the tank killer or anyone else is going to try anything, that they're going to try anything, but, like, we seem to be skirting the edge of a lot of stuff, and so far no one's come after us direct. So right now, I kind of feel like I should be getting what I know. Oh, Baron. I know what we can do after / while we get scanned. We made enough to level up last time.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So our scan could be our level up point.
Yeah.
So friendos, if you've got any like quick fire suggestions of things to do with Think and Run Fast before we go get scanned, oh well, we're waiting for Devon's call. God. See, now that E3 is over, that I really want to focus on like some of the art stuff around Memnull. If any of you want to volunteer to sketch some stuff, you know, we'll make some things happen, because I want Harmful Rays to do the poster for our PAX party. Bannervelope, who's been doing the art for the Longship, has been doing a lot, but has also been working on a game called Smile for me, which we'll be streaming next week, which is why we've been slowly getting stuff. Oh, dude, Smile for me looks so cool. You literally like shake your head and like nod at people to respond in like a text adventure kind of way. And you pick up responses that you can then like push on people, like smiling, questioning, basketball. And
Interesting.
It looks like it gets really weird and really fecked up, so I'm looking forward to that.
Nice.
So I don't currently have a Memnull artist.
I know some people started doing some stuff. Somebody was drawing your mech. I don't know if that ever got finished or not. I want to say it was Arrow Griffin, but I'm not. Don't quote me on that.
Yeah, Arrow Griffin, who's joined the Things Tattooed Onto Will's Body Club, along with the artsy part. Cherryland says, get Hannah, Tina, and Pippin backpacks. Spamazon. I want to do a quick Spamazon order.
Sorry, I live really close to the Boeing field, and so there's a plane going like right over it.
Get the shit out of me! I don't know if that was loud for you lot. That made me jump a whole bunch. And Stooge running back into the room with a pun, being like, I know this may be late, but just because you're a fun guy doesn't mean you have to be a fun guy. Oh, and Very British Gale, what? Oh, and welcome back. How are you doing?
The Ranger got its arm chopped off? That seems bad.
New campaign name. What's the sound of one elf clapping?
Yeah, you are kind of waiting on Devin to call you back as he's making calls to see if he can find something.
I want to Spamazon direct order 3 more of the same kid's backpack.
All right. Like literally the exact same backpack.
The cheap street backpack.
Yeah. So you find one that's it's not quite the same. Like this, yours is probably like, you know, that weird off-brand like the fake Adidas, you know, name brand stuff. But you find one that's really similar. And they're like, I don't know, 30 credits a piece.
Done. Boof, 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 boof.
Okay, so mark that down, and then mark somewhere that you have 3 backpacks on the way.
I don't think people know how cool we are, friends. I don't think people know.
I really don't. They really just do not know.
I don't think anyone's been told. Okay, let's move this over here. Sorry about that. Yeah, see? Team Kitty Backpack! Race with me!
Yeah. Also mark down that you now have 90 less credits, so.
Yes. Do the thing. Alright, friendos, have you got any other suggestions for quick things?
I'm trying to think, because I know there was a couple things. I meant to set it up, but I didn't. We had the idea of making a communal like whiteboard that people could just like write questions on, so that when we're at this point, we can be like, oh, what were some of the questions people had that we can Google.
Oh, that's a bloody great idea.
But I forgot to set it up, so.
Anyway.
on the black market. And that's kind of what Devin's doing for you. He's like leveraging his contacts to see if he can find you an off-the-grid physician, basically.
Yeah, he's grinding on that one. Okay, let's think this through. What does Thick need that Thick does not currently have?
I know you were trying to find like spray paint or something to do stuff on your jacket.
Oh, yes. And friendos, I know it's metagaming, it's just like just a little bit of longship rep in this universe makes me very happy. So
Yeah.
just gonna, because we got spray paints and tape just to customize the back of Thick's jacket.
Yeah, I think at this point, Pippin has finally organized the warehouse enough that he found like his spray paint and his tape and stuff. So
Yeah.
so yeah, you can just take some of the stuff in the warehouse and you start taping up your backpack or your jacket.
Yeah.
Um,
Alpha's asking, you don't have your own place yet, do you? You've just been staying at hotels, and Tina's place. Should we change that? I mean, we've winged it well so far, right? Be fine. Be fine.
Can I get you to do a skill? We're gonna have you do a performance, see how good your artistic abilities are.
Ooh, 7.
The design's not terribly hard, so yeah, it looks pretty good.
Yay! We didn't fuck it up.
In fact, I think the worst part is like you did a design, but you like overshot the stencil you made a little bit, but it ends up being this kind of cool like spray pattern around it.
Oh, nice.
Um,
Oh, Wraith, that's a good one. The sickly green thread, the pirate ship. That was one of the Siren told us. That was one who was ignoring death, one who was rejecting death. It was a bad. It was a bad.
it sounded, from what she said, I don't remember exactly the words I used, but basically it sounds like the pirates are probably keeping something alive that should have died, or it is undead or something, and it is trying to. She said it knows what it is and is fighting against it, but it can only do so much.
Okay. So that either sounds bad or awesome, depending on how we play it. Thick is a good boy. Like, I'm not saying that Thick is out to do evil, but if someone else has made an undead abomination that we can make friends with.
Yeah, you could also go find out about the Weaver's Conclave, because I know you had a couple of questions about that.
But that's gonna be more the spoogle, isn't it?
Or you could just go to their temple.
Yo, who wants to go check out some religious stuff? Echoing silence. That's not really how one starts a party night. You know, let's go to the pub. Who wants to go out? I know a good bar. Those are great ways to start a night out. Who wants to go to a temple? Alright, Alpha's down for temple time.
I don't know. Some of the more entertaining like nights out with people we've gotten really drunk and had philosophical debates.
A friend of mine once vomited in a church, but that's another story. I'm not naming him because I'm not sure if that's illegal in the UK or just blasphemous.
I think it's just blasphemous.
Just gonna let that one hang in the air for a second. Right! Temple time! Come on, grab your friends.
All right, so do you like tell the others that you're like popping out for a bit?
Alright, if you don't need me, I'm gonna go get myself. I don't actually. I just let that words trail off.
Pippin walks by still wearing the crown. He goes, "Have fun, don't die."
Yes, right.
So yeah, you do a quick spoogle maps, and you get directions to the. There's actually like 2 or 3 different temples here on the station, so you just find the closest one.
Yeah.
And you make your way there, and like.
There isn't like a main one versus the rest. It's just like.
No, they're just kind of spread out because it's a big station.
Okay.
So yeah, you just go to the closest one, and it's not like a freestanding building because this is it's a space station. So you like go down, and it's some corridors, and then there's a door and it opens up into a big room that's set up kind of like a church.
Okay.
At the far end, like there's pews. At the far end, there's like a raised like stage or dais, and there's kind of this. You've seen like little necklace versions of them, but there's these big sculpture of like a cocoon, which looks very similar to the cocoon that you saw in your dream.
It's fine. And that's the kind of the statue out front, right?
This is inside. Like, this is if you go inside, it's like at the far end. So it's over the stage. Like, where in a church there would be like a crucifix, there's this little statue.
I'm going to calmly and with confidence walk up towards the stage, and then with deep reverence and respect, give it a tiny fist bump.
Yeah, you like fist bump it. And I think right about then, a guy comes out of like one of the side rooms. He's like, "Can I help you?"
Just gonna lock eyes with him and do an additional fist bump. I had some questions.
I
make myself laugh. Oh, Wraith wanted to point out, we got pirates, we got some undead. If only there were some facts involved, and I might to bring the whole thing together. To which I respond, feckin' thick!
So yeah, this is a human, male, a little bit portly, older guy. His right hand is bionic. It kind of looks like it's shitty bionics. And then he's like got a video camera in the other hand. He goes, yeah, he like fist bumps you back kind of awkwardly, and I think that's when you notice the hand is bionic, is that when you fist bump him. It's like, you have, can I help you with something?
So, Weaver's Conclave. That's you guys, right?
Yes, this is the Church of the Weavers Conclave.
So, in theory, just in theory, big old cocoon friend pointed to the statue. Who's that?
Well, according to our religion, theoretically, there were a race of beings that we call the Weavers or the Star Eaters. And they roamed the galaxy and connected all life together with their weave. But humans and Necrom and everyone began corrupting the universe to the point where it actually killed off all of the Weavers. And so we believe that if we can do enough good in the world, somewhere out there will be a cocoon like this, and it will hatch, and we will have the Weavers back.
So theoretically...
Theologically. Thank you, Geraldine.
Thank you. So theologically, if one of those cocoons was about now, would that be a good thing or a bad thing for, us little people in the galaxy?
Well, we believe, we haven't been able to find one, but we believe there is one somewhere, and if we can do enough good, it will hatch and we will have the Weavers back, which will help us reconnect with other sectors very, very far away, because the Weavers were able to travel massive distances much, much faster than any of the spike drive technology that we have available to us today.
I can't help but notice you mentioned, the term Star Eaters.
Yes, they're in our holy book, which was written by, it's kind of a point a lot of people bring up, but it was written by a madman, but he went mad during the scream. We believe the scream was the sound or the effect of all of the Weavers dying affected all the psychics, because they tap into some of the same things that the Weavers do.
Still feeling like this is when this happens, it's going to be very bad for us, like the little people on the rocks and the stations and the planets. Can't help but feel like this is going to be bad for us.
Just no. They eat the stars in the way that we skim fuel from stars. They just, instead of eating plants or anything, they just consume hydrogen to eat. So it is a bit menacing term, but basically what we're doing for our faster than light travel. Just they are natural beings.
It's like, this guy seems more uncertain about the religion than he is. Well, for him it's a religion based on faith. For us it's a, so we met this big-ass cocoon. Kind of want to know whether or not we should be helping it or buying a galaxy-sized can of Raid.
Because now there are older religions than ours. We are believed the sirens are the original priestesses of an older religion that ours has now kind of stepped up towards.
Okay.
But they are technically their own religion. People come here expecting to see sirens, and that's just me. So
Yeah, I got a couple of siren friends. They're pretty dope.
he kind of like looks like, oh, okay.
So what's the intersection between the sirens? So what's the sirens old style versus your kind of like new? Oh yeah, sorry, I'm wearing my. Yeah. So what's the intersection between the old style sirens and you guys?
As well, we believe the sirens are very secretive, but they had a lot of the same beliefs as us. But we believe they actually were the pilots of the Weavers, and they actually like went with them through the stars, and they're the ones that delivered their religion to everyone and helped transport people to new amazing planets that they could inhabit and flourish. But again, this is kind of speculation. We don't know for sure because the Silents are very closed-mouthed people.
God, can you imagine if someone found the skeleton of an ancient dead weaver? Oh boy, wouldn't that be a day?
Yes, oh, that would very much be. That would immediately become probably our most holy site if we could find one.
What's your name again?
Yes. Oh, I'm Jeremy Beetle. And he puts his hand. Also, this is one of the random characters.
You did not just beetles about me. But this tiny hat, Wraith, back me the feck up here. I need some Europe. You can't Jeremy Beetle with his tiny hand. Jeremy Beetle with his one tiny hand. No.
This is a character made by Chiat, so you can blame them.
Chiat, where are you at? I need you to claim responsibility for just beetling me. Where are my Brits at? I need someone else to be outraged with me. Watch out, Beetle's about. Now I'm gonna have to explain to all the Americans who Jeremy Bloody Beetle is. Life. Oh God. Zemansky is outraged with me. Thank you! Fecking beetled me. Katar's mildly perturbed. DX Man's like, whoosh! That's over my head. Hindle, I can actually hear the sound you're making while making that look. I can hear it.
I imagine it's just like the Tina Belcher concerned.
Right? Oh God. Alright, friendos, we got any more questions for Beetle? Because it might be better to go see if we can go catch up with the Siren after we've had a scan. You know what? Even though he's called Jeremy Bloody Beetle, he's got one of his creepy touch hands. He isn't the Jeremy Beetle, so I want to be nice to him. Alright, so I'm just going to extend my hand for shaking. And just be like, so, Mr. Beetle, God damn it. Mr. Beetle, thank you for your time. And then I'm just going to lean in and go, it's all true. I've seen the skeleton. And then just like, and peace!
He like, you walk away and you kind of glance over your shoulder and he's standing there still with his hand extended, like, and right before the door closed, you hear him go, wait, what?
I moved!
Can I get you to do a skill check?
Okay. Oh, sorry. Alright, here we go. 9!
So you like duck into an alley quick, and you like hear the doors open, and you hear him like frantically looking around, and then like pitter-pattering down the hallway in the other direction as you're like hiding in this little alley.
So we just max ranged him on like a fucking Batman check.
That was a stealth check, yeah. So yeah, you just like disappeared.
Thick McBatman. I am the knight.
So yeah, he's off frantically trying to find you, and like probably now thinks maybe that you were a vision.
It's fine, it's fine. I'm sorry your vision's such a chode. Right.
Bathick.
Bathick.
I'm Bathick.
I'm Bathick. Harvey Dent coming.
Nick run fast trying to scream, "Fear me."
I am the knight. I think
Anyway.
run fast. Away!
Oh god, now I kind of want you to like just on your way past, just like shoot the door or something, just to fuck with this guy more. But
Oh, so it just has like the handles like it's melted and stuff.
yeah,
Friendos, do you want to do that? Because that would be funny as feck. So he comes back and he's like, did I dream this? This is a vision? And it's melted. And he'd be like, ooh. Oh, Pixel's like, yes, 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 yes.
I am the thick that appears in the night.
Shackle, thank you, friend. I'm down. So Shackle, thank you for 200 bits. Oh, I can update the total. And 3 people got a mode, so that's fucking cool. Yeah. So now I've dunked in an alley. He's run off some other way, right?
yeah.
I'm just gonna fire one little shot at the door handle just to melt it.
Are you gonna do it at the door handle? Or do you want to do it at like the sculpture inside? Because you could do either. Like the door wasn't locked; you just could walk in.
And Jaran says like, be good. Just the door. Stooge thinks it's a trap.
The thing is, there are cameras out here in the hallway, but there probably aren't any inside, so it might be safer to do it inside.
Alright, let me stick my face inside. Can I quickly see if there are cameras?
Roll a perception check for me.
Skill?
Yep, skill plus perception, which is your int plus your... What is your...
I rolled a 5 plus int, which is 2, and I don't know if I know the others.
You don't know your perception yet. No, you don't see any cameras inside. Like, it's a church, why would they have them?
Alright, I'm gonna pop a shot at the statue.
I imagine... I love the scene of this guy runs off. You Batman back in the door quick, and are like... Pew! And then, like, holster... walk away.
To no one in particular, I am the knight. Even though it's the middle of the afternoon. It's the middle of the fucking day.
It's like 11 a.m.
I am the knight. It's not even lunchtime, Vic. What are you doing?
Alright, so you saunter off casually down the road. And we're gonna quick, like, animate cut back to this guy coming back, being like, where did that guy go? And coming in and just seeing this scorch mark across his statue, being like... And he, like, immediately, like, falls down and starts praying.
I mean, we have proven his religion. I just, like, you know... We beadled Beedle, alright?
Yeah.
And again, not everyone's gonna get that reference, but it makes me very happy.
I don't get that reference, so... I'm assuming most of the names in the NPC name list are just here to troll you.
That's probably safe.
Also, I know for a fact somewhere on here, because I had gender as male, female, other, you know, whatever. And somebody put in blade as their gender. So I don't even know what that means, but
it's like it strikes a very striking image. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Weirdly, I kind of think like, you know, the dude from Knights of the Old Republic 2 who's all like cracked and magma. I think like that, but more like metallic. Like there's an underglow, and like, oh, yeah.
Anyway, so yes, as a reminder, everybody, Jeremy Beadle was a random NPC, which you can submit NPCs for me to just use in the game, because whenever I'm like, oh yeah, random shopkeeper. Oh, you actually want to know more about him? Okay, this person. So
Jeremy fucking Beadle.
We do make you take responsibility for for who did this. So that one was chat.
She at your bad words. Neat. Okay, so we've done that. If we haven't heard from Devon,
I was gonna say, as you're like walking away casually,
Oh.
you almost were like pulling out your phone to be like, "Oh yes, just checking my phone," and then you just get an address texted from him.
All right, let's roll. Spoogle, let's do this. Spoogle Matt.
Yeah. So it's on like the other side of the station, so it takes you a while to get there. And you go from the like kind of the nicer, more residential parts of the station to some of the like inner working underbelly side of the station where it stops being nice hallways and it's just like scaffolding.
Okay.
And you're like, am I going the right way? And then finally you find the door with the address on it. And Devon's instructions that like came with the text were like, just go in, tell them why you're there. And that I sent you.
Okay. So I'm just gonna follow to the letter. So coming on into this kind of like seedy underplace, I'm like, yo, Devon sent me.
So you walk in expecting to see like, you know, a room full of like grisly, black market people. And there is a single female grun sitting in like a pretty nice armchair. And it's a pretty small room, but she's like sitting in an armchair like reading. And you walk in.
All right.
She just looks up at you.
Wow. Okay. I completely changed my tone because I was expecting to be like some grungy ass like grinder's outfit, and now it's like oh, I'm terribly sorry. Devon sent me.
Yes, and she's got like a bunch of like knickknacks hanging from like a shawl, like little statues and charms and things. She's wearing a wig because Gren don't normally have hair, but she's like wearing a wig that's like braided and stuff. This is by Compliment Cap, so thank you, Compliment Cap.
Yay! Though Comp's currently having problems with the NPC creator, so we might have to come back to that.
There's a new forum that has references and it's updated a little bit. So there's a new forum somewhere in the chat. It's not the same old one.
Okay.
So yeah, you walk in and she just like she was reading her book and she kind of looks up at you expectantly.
Hello there. Sorry to bother you. Devon sent me.
Yes. Yes. All right. And she like closes the book and she puts it on a little side table next to her. Can you roll a perception check for me?
Skill. 6.
All right. This wasn't a hard one. So, yeah, you look and it's the same book that Tina was reading.
Everyone wants to bang a siren. I'm not saying they're wrong, but friendos, we're gonna need to. You know what? Actually, this might end up being the unsolved mystery of this campaign. It's like what lies beneath the sirens.
I also really want someone to write like this universe version of the Lusty Argonian Maid, but for this book.
Don't encourage. This is how you get fan fiction.
So yeah, she like stands up. She goes over, and the wall like behind her looked like just a wall, but she like pushes something, and the wall slides open.
Aha.
You go down like a spiral staircase, and then into a long hallway with a bunch of doors on either side. And the doors have like red lights or green lights on them, and you walk past a couple that have red lights, and then you finally get to one with the green light. When she opens it up, she gestures in. She goes, "There's instructions on the wall. You can take a copy of the scans if you'd like, but we don't store them. Blah blah blah." And she like holds her hand out. She goes, "It'll be 500 credits."
Should have known. All right.
Services are not free.
I should have known. All right. Gives a swipe.
All right, so yeah, she takes your cred stick and like puts it in her comp pad and deducts the credits. And when she hands it back, you notice that like it shows up on your cred stick's like report as like massage or something. Something vaguely legal sounding.
Yeah.
And yeah, you go in. She closes the door. You see the light like go red, to indicate that this is occupied. And yeah, it's almost like one of those new like TSA things you have to walk in, where you hold your hands above your head.
Yeah.
Then it'll scan you. So yeah, and there's like instructions like, you know, what are you scanning for? Do you want full body scan? Do you want like blood work? Blah blah blah. Shrike was assaulting me with a cat.
Although, because we can't see Shry on your screen, it does look like your cat now can do now chuckle. Like,
She just like reached up underneath my green screen with the cat.
as Pixel says, the full meow.
The full meow, yes.
Right. So we know our gun doesn't scan, and the place is locked, so we're probably going to have to take off the gun and the submalus, aren't we?
So the scanner that you went through at check-in was just like it was basically just like a metal detector.
Okay.
This one is like a medical grade. It'll scan like all the way down to your bones.
Okay. So we need the full works.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna like beep it in like, I need full works, question mark?
Yeah.
Help?
Yeah, and there's
Slash
like,
help?
there's a booklet on the wall that you like flip through and find out what settings to do. And then yeah, it's like, you know, remove all clothing and step into a scanner.
Alright, Thick's getting naked!
Alright, cool. So
Within grabbing distance. I want that shit within grabbing distance.
yeah, and like the door's locked, but yeah. There's like a little like seat and a table for you to put all your stuff in and whatever. And yeah, you go and you step into the scanner, and it scans, and it's like, you may sit down or you may get dressed again as we process your results. And
Okay, let's get armored up, loaded up, pistol back in. Alright.
right, so you're probably like tying your shoes and you're kind of keeping an eye on the screen waiting for like the scan to fully render. And you see the screen like glitch a couple times. But then it does like correct and come up, and you see like your bones are metal, and there's like wires and shit inside of you.
What the fuck?
Like more wires than you ever thought there should be in a person, even if you have cybernetics.
Okay.
But like your flesh is like it's flesh, and yeah.
Fucking Odo is like cat robot. Yeah, I'm gonna get a print out of that.
Yeah, it's like, you know, it gives you you can like plug in your comp pad and download the results.
Is there any other information we can get from this? Just like,
It's looking at it with your let's have you do an intelligence check just to see what your layman mind can. This will be, for those of you keeping track, this will be a pretty difficult tech medical roll with your intelligence.
but I rolled an 8.
You rolled an 8 plus your intelligence plus what is your tech medical? Let me look it up quick. So for what you can tell, like you do have some like organs, like you have a GI tract, so you can like process food and stuff. But then like your brain kind of looks like a giant processor.
What about our liver?
It's part of like the GI tract, so yeah, like there's stuff in there to deal with anything you consume.
I was just hoping we had a cyber liver.
I mean, it's hard to tell because there's so many wires, and like, you know, things that shouldn't be
Fucking
involved.
robot. So yeah, so jumping back in the chat, Ray's like, we were made, told you. That's why the guy in our memory called us it. That's why we can hack. Oh, that's why we were able to hack ourselves amnesiac. We remember being a child, so we might be a hybrid, like, or we might have been someone who's been like made and remade. Feck! Catborg! Oh yeah, and Geraldine, we are absolutely going to ask Hannah's opinion on this one.
So yeah, there was a timer like up on the wall, like it gave you like 30 minutes or whatever to do all your stuff.
Yeah.
And it says like, you know, you have like 10 minutes left. And so there's a friendly voice that comes on the reminder, says like, your time is almost up. Please finish up what you are doing and exit if you do not want to be charged for additional time.
All right. Well, we've got our printout and stuff, so yeah, printouts on the compound, guns loaded and tucked in. Let's head on. Also, Stepgen, thank you for the birds. How many bits is that? Sorry. Actually, someone else do the bit counting. I need help because I need to process this. Stepgen, thank you for the pint glass.
Yeah, I like Ritz just saying, watching my face and remembering that I gave away nothing. Yeah, I didn't.
It's fucking badass. Szymanski saying, doesn't that mean we should be really susceptible to psychic? No. In this universe, like, we've basically been engineered to the point of having less of that, like, psychic dampening effect. The thing that Baron was talking about earlier is there's two ways you can kind of go. You can either essentially develop kind of like a numbness to psychic attacks, or have a brain aneurysm. But we're kind of a robot, so... Oh, Jaran says Hannah doesn't know we still have no memories. I mean, Tina's had time to say that it's fine. We might have to tell Tina and I might tell Hannah and bring Tina on real quick. Oh, and Tasty's just bopping in to say hi because they're doing job applications. Good luck, Tasty. Good luck. It's only a matter of time before victory comes to you. Do you know this?
That's one of those things that I absolutely hate doing, is applying for jobs.
Yeah, it's awful.
It's just the worst.
Okay, so yeah. Grabbing our stuff, printouts in the compad, guns loaded just in case someone's going to kick off as we come out of here. Like, alright, let's roll. Friendos, no offense to the Weaver's Conclave, but we need to find out us, so let's go have a chat to Hannah. I'll let Tina know as well. Because maybe we can use this to our advantage more. Who knows?
Yeah. So yeah, you leave the room, you go back out the way you came. On this side of the wall, there's like a press here to open the wall. And you just like push the button and it opens up. And the Grunt is again like reading her book. She's most of the way through. She goes, "Oh, find what you were looking for?"
And then some. How's the book?
She goes, "It's so good. It's so good. Guilty pleasure, I know, but." And keep in mind, like, this is a Grunt. She's like 8 feet tall. And could probably snap you in half.
But, like, so the book is tiny in comparison. But
yeah, like, she's holding the book and it's, like, this big in her hands. Like, little tiny book.
Jared says, technically don't we own a copy of that, but we downloaded the audio book on Spoogle, I think we did.
Sure. You discussed it, so yeah, that's fine.
Alright, so, with no further conversation, we're gonna head back to the hangar. But as we're coming out, I just want to do checks and whatnot to see if we're being followed. Because at this point, I'm getting antsy, friends. Also,
she did say that they don't store the copies of your scans. Like, that's what the point of this place is, that you can get like scans of yourself done.
Yeah, it's. Yo!
We can rebuild him, make him wafflier, numptier. He is the 60 billion bit ginger.
That is. My goal is to be worth 6 billion bits. DX Man, thank you kindly. Let me update that total. Yeah, so, friendos, I'm less worried about the people of this place, but like I feel like we've been doing way too easy. And I need to. How many was that from Steppergen? From Steppergen there in the pine class. That was 20. So that puts us up to that much. There we go. Right, he's been keeping track of things. Cool. Yeah, so friendos, like, we've had a really clear run of it, but considering how much we're involved in how much stuff, it feels like we're having... Yeah. I might be being overly paranoid at this stage, but I don't think a couple of perception checks are going to hurt. Alright. And to Dorcas and other people's, the reason I'm not saying anything is I don't want people to think that I'm fishing for for those activities. I do not control how.
Stop that incessant clicking.
It would have been funnier if I managed to finish my speech first! Whoever that anonymous Mother Hubbard was that gifted it. What? No, hang on! That was a tier 2? The feck are you lot like? What could it be the death of me? So, whoever that was that gifted a sub to XD Johnny XP, thank you kindly. Alright? Thank you.
As a reminder, in this campaign, anytime that we're live doing this campaign, there is a hidden bit goal and a hidden sub goal. So if you guys keep throwing bits and subs, and you're very close to one of those, I'm not going to say which one, but things happen in the game.
I have no control over these. I don't know what they are or when they happen.
Yeah, he had no idea that I was doing this when we started, but it's a thing.
Yeah.
So
And when the pirates showed up.
yeah, and then we made pirates show up. And last couple times, they've been memories, so.
Okay, so.
Stop that incessant clicking.
It begins! House Carl Hunt! So who was that? That was another anonymous Mother Hubbard of House Carl, who threw a tier 1 to the crowd, which went to Mr. Fox 2, the sequel to Mr. Fox. Okay. Let me do some perception checks to see if anyone's like following us or creeping on us, if that's okay. And not from inside, but so we're outside, we're standing outside the clinic, and I just want to kind of like see if I need to worry. You know what I'm saying?
Stop that incessant clicking.
No! House Carl has suddenly woken up. Y'all feckin' started it. Sincerely to everybody, thank you. And so someone, oh, and that was another one to the crowd. So, and that just landed on Shraiku. That's dope.
There was an anonymous one and one to Shraiku.
Oh no, so the anonymous the anonymous got thrown out and it landed on Shraiku.
Oh, that's right. Okay, I forgot it says it that way.
Thank you kindly, yo. Right, let me do some checks.
All right, so yeah, go ahead and do a perception check. This will be a sliding scale to see. Like, you think you're good. This is a pretty sparsely traveled section of the station because it's mostly, like I said, it's mostly infrastructure stuff. Like the HVAC systems and like heating and like, you know, the gravity control system is somewhere down here.
Spooky ass ghost! Obliterating the bit cut. I guess everyone's waking up now. I'm glad you're all having a calm Saturday, but bloody hell.
So, you guys hit one of the goals.
What? Okay, firstly, whoever that was, thank you, because that is 500 bits. That is $5 towards keeping this operation going, which I'm very thankful for.
So you hit one of the sub goals. So, as you're walking down this long corridor and you hear like your footsteps echoing down. Turns out how much I want to fuck with you today. Hey chat, how much do I want to fuck with Will?
Don't ask them! You know exactly what they're gonna say! Bastard!
All the way, all the fucking. All right.
Striking through 90 and I'm trying to keep track of things. There's a lot of things going on right now.
Yeah, if you guys could help keep track of the bit total, so Will doesn't have to do it constantly.
Can we somehow increase the feckery?
Oh, it's going down. Hooray! Shackle, thank you kindly. Oh, even Camille's like turned it up to 11. Are you kidding me?
So, you hear your footsteps echoing through this hallway. And suddenly, your vision kind of fades on you. And fades up as on you, again, like coloring in a book, sitting in this room, and you hear footsteps echoing down a hallway towards the room you're in. And the door opens, and your father and like an older man come in. And he goes, "Little one, I've brought you a new friend. He's here to teach you how to pilot mechs." And you're like, "Yeah, mechs!"
Yeah, I'm like that. I'd be like that now.
And so yeah, this older guy walks in. He's got like a big salt and pepper beard. He still has hair. It's just also salt and pepper, but it's thinning out. But what he does have is like pulled back into a ponytail. He's not fat, but he's got a bit of a beer paunch going. And he walks in and he goes, "Well, little one, yes and no. I am eventually going to teach you to pilot a mech, but first, we're going to learn how to play a game." And he pulls out a big like board and a bunch of pieces, and he starts teaching you how to play Go, which is a very like strategic game. And as he's like teaching how to play it, and as you're playing your first game, he starts explaining like piloting a mech isn't just here's how you move it, here's how you fight. You have to think about strategy, and you have to learn your opponent, and you have to fight against what they are doing. And so like as he's doing this, he's explaining it, and he's like kicking your ass, but you kind of start to understand like, oh, okay, yeah, I have to like, it's not just drive big robot. These are fights. You have to think about them critically. And you have like a very pleasant conversation with this guy. Like he's not talking down to you, but he's like walking you through. And then like when you make a move, he's like, "All right, why did you make that move?" Like, and you kind of say like, "Well, I did it because I think this would work well." He's like, "Okay, that's good, but here's what I'm going to do in response, and so this is why that's dangerous." And like walks you through all this stuff. And eventually, you know, you wrap up. He's there for like hours. And eventually you wrap up and you like thank him for teaching how to play this game. And he goes, "Next time that I come, we'll play this a bit more. And then eventually I think you should to actually pilot a mech. You're doing very well." And you're like, "Wait, what's your name?" He goes, "Oh, I'm terribly sorry, little one." And he squats down so he's on your level, but he like holds his hand out for you to take, and you take his hand, and now you see your like little robot hand. And you shake his hand, and he goes, "My name is Otto Ortov." And then you back up.
Yes! We know Hank!
He said Otto, not Hank.
Feck. Okay, but we know them! We know them! John's giving me the look! You don't understand! You will understand! Okay, it still counts! Yeah, Geraldine, we have so many questions for Hannah. It's Hank's dad! Wow, we are old! I'm like Grandfather Robot.
How many grands is that? You don't know.
Yeah, that's a good point, because the uniform of the priest was like 200 years old minimum. So, whoa!
Hank, to be fair, Hank was pretty old when he had kids, so, but yeah.
It was the right time for him, good.
Yeah, like I'm just saying, like he was like 40 when he had Tina. Or like 43, I think, or something like that. I actually have it written down somewhere. I'm just not gonna bother looking it up right now.
But we do have a name, and as Alpha the Deluge just saying, we could quickly spoogle it on the way back. Feckin' hell. Feckin' hell, friends. Feckin' hell. Actually, yeah, Geraldine, that's a better line, so we're gonna drop that. Alright, let's get back to the hangar, because we need someone to have a look at these and find out what the bloody hell is going on with us. So, Wraith, you are right, we could just spoogle the Ortov family tree, but I want to do this with Hannah. Because we've kind of been blindsiding Hannah and Tina a whole bunch with knowing things before they know. Let's, you know, we've leveled with Tina. Tina knows our jam. So, yeah.
So yeah, you like make your way back to the hangar.
Yeah.
And since chat said to mess with you more, I'm going to. For free. As you like touch the door handle, your vision goes blank again. And again, you're like in a room, but this time you're like sitting there like playing Go against like a computer program, like trying to get better at it. And the door opens and you're like so focused, you like don't even pay attention. And somebody walks in and squats down in front of you and says, "Hello, little one," and you look up, and it's the siren. And then you wake back up.
So I've known sirens, I've known an Ortov.
Not only is it a siren, it is the siren. It is Adriel.
She knows us already! Wow, so we were the old fuckers at the party. Alright.
Also, at the party, she did call you little one, I believe.
She did. I thought that was in the mystical sense. We got snubbed by someone who knew us when we were a tiny robot. Or tiny cyborg. Tiny cyborg? I haven't thought this through.
As guarding green fire with. So, do you have a siren girlfriend then?
Apparently so! A siren cradle snatcher. Cradle snatcher? Or wherever you put robots when they're asleep. Archer in the eye with, are you a cyborg? Criminals, all of you.
So, of note,
Okay.
when she walked in, she was alone.
Okay. Which is...
Like every time other than this, that you're introduced to somebody new, your father has been with them, but this time it was just her.
Okay. Okay.
Braith's asking if it's the same siren Tina dated. You just know that she dated a siren. You don't know which one.
That would be a little incestuous. But there we go. Right. Let's find out a bit about us and a bit about Grandpapa Ortov. Otto Ortov, and...
So I think it was one of those, like, you walked up and, like, you scanned your tattoo to get into the hangar, and, like, as the door was opening, you had this vision, and now the door's just, like, sitting there, and you would, like, half step through.
I just kind of, like...
And the door, like, does one of those close, hits you in the side, and then kind of opens again. And then, because you're just like, what the fuck? And it slowly, like, hits you in the side again. And you hear a voice say, like, door blocked. Please step out of doorway. Please step out of doorway.
Stepping through it, I'm just like... Hannah!
You just scream out into the hangar.
Oh, yeah, it's like, hey, Hannah!
Mister. Yeah.
I know this is happening a lot today, but I need you to look at a thing.
He goes, what? Come back here! And you hear she's like back around on the back of Tina's mech on Zeitgeist.
Okay, so can I steal you for a bit?
So yeah, you like walk down, and she's like, get it, like because she's like 3 stories up. These things are huge. She like points down, and you see there's like the earpiece communicators like sitting on a table.
Okay.
And you like grab one.
Hannah.
So on the back of Tina's mech, there's these 2 like giant ports, like where the shoulder blades would be.
Yeah.
And she's like standing in one of them. And these are the ports that you saw like when you fought Tina very briefly. There was like energy spewing from these. So she's doing something up in those.
Can I steal you for a second? This is gonna be worlds of weird.
There's worlds of weird from someone named Thick McRunfast.
Then
So,
you
like,
know the
normal sounds
baseline is
weird?
weird.
She was like, yeah, give me 1 second, let me close this panel up. And she like, you see her like lift up a big like metal panel and like reinstall it.
I guess while she's coming down. So this is an opener. Who's Otto Ortov?
So yeah, she like steps up towards the edge, and the way that she gets down, there's like pulleys from the ceiling. Like she pushes a button, and one lowers, and like she hooks onto her harness and like steps out, and, like rappels down the mech. She goes, Otto Ortov?
Yeah.
How'd you hear that name?
Well, that's gonna be explained with the rest of everything else we're about to do. But I wanted to start with that one because it's kind of a burning question right now.
She gets down close enough that she like switches the comms off so she can hear you. She goes, Otto Ortov was great grandpa. I think maybe one great, two greats. I don't know. You'd have to ask Tina. She's kind of the town or the family historian.
Yeah, is Tina
And,
about?
Just I don't know. She stepped out for lunch, and you know I'm not technically an Ortov. I'm a Upton, but whatever.
So this is going to be a lot, and I've told Tina a bit, but so you know how you can't hit me with like psychic doof powers?
She goes, yeah.
Well, I have amnesia. This is my scan printout. I think this is why. I just like show her the compad of the scan of my innards.
Yeah, so she looks at it, she goes, like, 'cause she's like staring at you like, wait, you have amnesia?
Details. Charolan's like very tactful. What do you want from me? I got great granddad mech powers and I've got more stuff inside me than a Viking curries.
She like starts to look down and think, she goes, wait, is that why your name's so weird? Did you make up your own name?
Maybe. It was the first thing that came into my head. Wires. Came into my wires. I'm dealing with a lot of things right now.
She goes, came into your wire? What are you talking? What the fuck?
Those sentiments exactly! I'm sorry I'm yelling. It's not intended for you.
She goes, Pippin? And you hear like way off and it's like, yeah. She's like, can you come here for a second? Like, yeah, 1 second. And he like, you see him start like, you know, coming up with his little Pippin legs. He's still wearing the crown.
So two things. One, Just Diver is doing a quick flyby. Lovely to see you, friendo. Let me just see how many bits that was. 25. I will add that to the total. And Wraith's like, Hannah said a bad word.
So Pippin walks up and is like, yeah, what's up? Again, still wearing the crown. I think since he looks up, the crown kind of shifts a little bit and he like adjusts it.
Yeah.
Um,
Hey Pippin, you remember the thing? Wait, I talked to Pippin about this, didn't I?
so she like just hands him the scan and he's like, what is this? Why are you handing me this? What is... Wait, so you guys found a skeleton of a giant dead space fish and now you're finding this shit? Like, where did you find this? And Hannah's like, and just points at you.
And I'm basically, while looking at Pippin, I'm gonna follow Hannah's hand, but pointing to myself.
He goes, bullshit. He goes, we can prove that this isn't your scan, you're just fucking with me again. 1 second. He like walks off and rummages in a drawer. And he pulls out this like box. And he like opens it up and you hear like something like charging and you hear it's like, woo. He goes, all right, Vic, if this was your scan, when I did this, and you just collapse. And you wake up with Hannah and Pippin standing over you. Pippin's like, hey, so good news, bad news. Good news, you didn't hit your head on the way down. Bad news is you're a robot?
Cool! We're all learning today! I'm sorry I'm still yelling!
Because yeah, this was an EMP, and that knocked you out. How many fingers am I holding up?
Are you holding up a hand? I don't know!
Okay, you can see, right? I didn't, like, fry something?
Something smells like Pop-Tarts. Everything else is fine.
You see him very slowly move a Pop-Tart behind his back. It's like, you were out for a while.
How long is a while?
Like 30 minutes.
Oh, that means if anyone tries to empt me during the tournament, I'm fucked! Also, I'm a robot!
Well, I mean, the cockpit's shielded, but yeah.
Shit!
So that's weird. At this point, like, Tina comes back. Like, you hear the door open, and you look over, and, like, you're laying on the ground, and they're, like, standing over you. And Tina comes in, and she's got, like, takeout.
Yeah.
She's like, hey, oh, god damn it, is Thick drunk?
Robot, not drunk! Existential crisis, but not drunk.
She walks up like, what?
I'm on my back and I've just lifted the thumbs up for like, I'm not drunk!
She's like, what about the robots? They're mechs. You realize it's different than robots, right?
Also robot! Still dealing with the crisis! The yelling may continue for some time!
So they're both just standing there. She walks up with the, like, her bag of takeout, which is, because every takeout place ever, they have it in a grocery bag and they tie the top. I don't know why would they all do that. It's one of those.
It's universal.
It is. I don't know what it is.
Pre-scream, post-scream, everyone does it.
So Hannah just like hands her the compad. She goes, "Yeah, very funny. You guys are fucking with me. Like I've had conversations with this asshole. He's not a robot."
Don't end me again! I think I peed myself a little. I'm not sure.
And then you see, as you say that, like Pippin almost like had his hand over the button in the box, like,
Pippin! Sorry for the killing thing. Seriously.
Then he puts it back down. And then it takes a second, but Tina's like, "Wait, shit, you're serious?" And they're all like, "Yeah."
We know why the thing with the thing.
He goes, "Okay, A, where did you get the scan? Because we need to go make sure they don't have it."
I got Devon. Devon hooked me up with like a back alley thing. After we hung out yesterday and all the crazy weird stuff, I was like, I should probably check to make sure I don't have like a tracking chip in me. Or, I don't know, a second set of genitals I've never seen. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't going to be some weird thing happen when we went into the mech tournament. It turns out I'm a robot! Still processing this!
Just,
I'm on the floor, like on my back, but just kind of like flail screaming.
and
I don't understand!
she's like reeling for a second, and she just, under her breath, actually, I'm gonna have you roll a perception check really quick.
Alright.
So you hear what she says.
3.
No, you just hear her mutter something, and then you see, actually, so she mutters something, but she mutters it in a different language. And you see Hannah go like really red. And Pippin like is looking at them like. Pippin kind of looks down at you and goes, "Well, fuck Turing."
My whole life is a lie! I can only remember 4 days and my life is a lie!
Pippin's like, "Wait, you only remember the last 4 days?"
Yeah, amnesia thing. Turns out that might have been me though. That might have been me. Still working that out.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense, actually.
But
Is that what you
again,
mean?
I'm still on my back on the ground, just like flat.
And yeah, they're all just kind of sitting there like, and they're all just processing like, you're a fucking robot.
Also, I might still working this out. Things are coming back. I might have learned how to pilot mechs from like your great granddad Hannah. So it turns out I might know Otto. Still working this out.
He goes, you knew Otto Ortov? She looks at Hannah and she says something again in that other language. I'm just gonna have you roll a language check. This will be pretty easy, just as you can tell what language it is.
I rolled a 4.
Plus your int, so yeah, it's you can tell it's German, but you don't speak German.
Oh, I can speak Walter Schomburg, but I can't speak German.
Yeah.
Damn it, Thick!
You also can speak Korean, so
Oh yeah, good point.
like, and then he really was like, oh, Ortov is a German name. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, it
Actually.
does make sense.
And so they're saying like some things back and forth, and like Hannah, like when Tina says something to her, Hannah goes like, "Oh, really?" And then like says some more things back, and Tina's like, "Yeah, that's like that Otto Ortov." She's like, "Oh shit."
Turns out, real good at board games. It's all hella fuzzy. It's all hella fuzzy.
Tina like chuckles. She goes, "Did you play Go with him?"
It's like a whole bunch, apparently.
She goes, "Yeah, that's how we all learn to pilot. Like they teach us Go first."
Huh. But again, still on my back on the ground. I'm like, huh.
She's like, yeah, there's a board actually over there. Like we could play. If you, no, sorry, you're a robot.
Whoa. Yes. I can tell you this much. I'm getting like flashes and shit. And if I know anything, it's I had a air quotes childhood. Like I'm lying on the ground, like I had a childhood, and I got taught stuff, and there were some priest guys. Oh, I know the siren. Turns out I've known her for a while. It might be a very old robot. I don't know.
Also, Wraith, you are terrible with. Is it German or space German? Sperman, if you will.
I mean, it's not worse than space seamen.
So they're all kind of.
So Camille's like, you had guts. Well, in one of the visions, I had like a little robo hand, so I might have been like bits of human.
So all of the previous visions that you had, like you had like skin and bones and stuff, but then when you had the vision where like you had the like cyber hand, it was one of those things where like you reach the hand up, and the illusion has been shattered. So then it was just like cybernetic. Like you saw your hand as flesh, and then it was like, nope, you're a robot. Fuck you.
Okay, so I don't know. It's probably safe to say that it might have been. Oh. All I can think is that one line from Chappie of "Don't steal Daddy's car."
So they're all sitting here in silence for a minute.
I'm still on my back on the ground, like.
And he goes, Pippin, lock down the hangar. We are telling no one this, because we still fucking need you to pilot tomorrow.
Hell's yeah.
We are going to go get real goddamn drunk.
I like this idea.
And she like reaches her hand out to like help you up.
Yeah. Also, I spent most of my money on a scan, so I might need you all to spot me for drinks. I'm happy to drink cheap. At this point, I will drink mouthwash and ethanol. It probably doesn't even kill me because I'm a robot!
She picks you up and she goes, "Can you get drunk?"
Let's find out! I will probably stop screaming after I've had gin!
She goes, "Okay, but outside of here, innuendos at best. Okay? We never say the R word outside of this hangar, okay?"
And Thick makes a really pained, strained face like, "Innuendo! Yes! Okay. I couldn't suppress it. There's still a part of me that's human. Or living. Or an asshole. I don't know.
So
I couldn't suppress that terrible joke. There's hope for me yet.
So you,
with genuine sincerity in his eyes, there's still hope.
Yeah, you all make your way kind of like, there's a silent like walk of you all processing to the Weeping Cock. And like there's like a bouncer out front. And you're like, you and Tina walk in, but you notice Pippin and Hannah both have to like show their pins. And then they're let in. Yeah, you go into the bar and like you get a corner table like way away from everybody else, and Tina just like gestures at the bartender and she does some like, actually, can you go ahead and roll we're gonna do a culture spacer, see if you recognize this.
5?
Yeah, so this is like a universal like, there's kind of a, amongst the, I'm blanking on the name of the corporation now, the Wayfarers Union, they have like a shorthand basically, so that you can order drinks like via sign language from across the bar.
Oh, that sounds super useful.
And so she like orders something, and like the bartender just like comes over and slides drinks in front of all of you. And it's like a huge, like it's not even a pint. It's like more than a pint and a shot. And yeah, you all kind of sit there for a minute.
I'm just cuddling it. Like my hands are shaking. I'm cuddling it.
I think you're doing that, and you look over, and they haven't brought Pippin a booster seat yet, so you just see like here up. And then like the bartender comes back over with like the booster seat for him. He's like, "Thank you very much. Can I get a straw too?" She's like, "Yeah." And she like goes back and brings him a straw, so he doesn't have to pick up this huge thing. He's just like.
Okay, so Baron, I'm going to call a quick pause because I need to pee and I need a refill on this one for realsies. And I know a couple of because Jaron was like, "I need food, but I can't pull away."
I was about to suggest this would be a good point for a break.
So, Baron, do you want to take first break? I'll take second.
Sure. Yeah, I will.
Alrighty. So, friendos, if you need to get a beverage, if you need to get some snacks or some food, now is the time. Because, holy crap, because what Wraith was saying was like, whether or not Thick grew up and got a cybernetic body, or whether Thick was a robot the whole time. Because I can't remember, there's a technical term for it, of when you treat an AI like a child, and you essentially like, you grow an AI through direct learning. I was really obsessed with a manga that had that as its main plot line. So rather than like creating an AI and then just giving them stimuli, you give them the simulations of human senses and teach them through that. There's a term for it. So basically, you know how like Chappie learns through environment and learns through nurture, rather than just through raw data. Cap says I should leave. It's always getting good around 1 AM. I'm sorry. I wish I knew. I wish this was timed. And also, those of you that have been chucking bits at my stupid face, fecking thank you. If I've not been saying a proper thanks, if I've missed anybody, then yeah. The fact that we are here, and the fact that I am now screaming incoherently about Thick with Runfast, it's here. Yeah, Wraith, that's where I think, it's like, I think we were always an AI, but I'm not sure if the body grew up, or if we got a new body every now and then to simulate growing up, right? We might have been the same height the whole time, but just going through like a simulated childhood, or maybe we did grow and got slowly converted. We've got fleshy bits, like, we're robotic underneath, but we've got like squidgy meat hands. And now we're gonna find out if Thick can get drunk. Or download hangovercure.exe.
God, I wish I could have hangovercure.exe.
Oh god, yeah. Dude, every time there's one of those like sci-fi articles about synthetic alcohols are coming, and you'd be able to just like take a pill and cure a hangover, I'm like, okay, but why not now?
So, I don't know if you're aware of this, there is actually a guy in like the 70s, I think, maybe late 80s.
Okay.
Where he discovered there's combinations of sounds that make you trip.
Ooh, I remember hearing him. I spoke with an individual who could only be described as a proper psychonaut in a bar, and yeah, he was real into this one.
So basically, this dude discovered that if you do like specific patterns of tones, kind of like how you cause seizures with like combinations of flashing lights, you could cause hallucinations and psychotropics with sounds. And he ended up killing himself because he did one that gave him like an aneurysm and gave him a stroke. But it was one of those things where like he would sell people for like $500, like here's a thumb drive with the sound on it that'll make you trip, because you can just play it as many times as you want. And so he was charging, like, it was a big upfront, but then you have free high for anytime you play this.
I haven't done the sensory deprivation tank, so yeah.
I feel like sensory deprivation tanks, I would either be super fucking okay with it, or I would freak the fuck out. And I don't know which it would be.
Right,
anyway, go take your break.
Yes, I'll be back in just a second, friendos.
So yeah, chat. Now you have part of the truth of who Thick McRunfast is. Not all of it, because there's more. I've been sitting on that one for so goddamn long. So robot, huh? Can the AI hack him? Thick doesn't know. Thick isn't an AI expert. Alpha Doge with, of course there's more! Oh no, there's like a lot more. This is one of those things, like I saw a bunch of people in chat guess parts of who and what Thick is. But yeah, you guys haven't figured all of it out yet. Are you sure that I'm not a robot? Because damn, you played that so well. This is kind of my thing, is that I fuck with people. I thought there's a possibility, but figured that wasn't the route you were going to take. I am genuinely surprised. So, one of the reasons we are using the paid-for version of Stars Without Number is because I made Thick's character using the AI rule set, which is in the paid version. So, so I'm saying there's a possibility of a lot of things, yeah. Sorry, jumping back up, I missed a couple things because I was paying attention to the ats. Can we have a shark clown hologram just waving at will at some point? There are fog like sharks on the planet. He sat there pondering if this was planned or if he pulled out a mask. No, he's been an AI from the start. Isn't Thick technically legal then? Yes, we're actually going to get into that in a minute.
Turning once to the ether.
I like that we can hear Will before we can see him, like every time. I mean, Asgard and Green Fire, like, actually, can you guys like spam emotes quick for a second just to get that out of chat? Come on, come on. Has an aura the size of a bar and the size of a tiny Viking. Cool, thank you guys.
Alright, back in a second. I'm nearly here.
I like that as long as what I'm doing is fucking with Will, you guys are like, yeah, let's fucking go. So also, this kind of now makes more sense that you guys are the thought processes, you're the processes in his mind. Any objection to me sticking the Memno logo I made on the wiki? I want some kind of image on there, but you don't use one if you want me to. Can you send it to me? I'm curious what you sent, or have you sent it to me? I saw my Discord was blowing up, but I haven't actually looked at it yet. Oh yeah, that one. Yeah, go for it, Dorcas. So for those of you that are going to participate in the volleyball, if I didn't make this clear, you will all, each of you is going to control a squad of mechs. If you're doing the light mech squads, you'll have a team of 3. If you're doing the suit mechs, you'll have a team of 4. You can have one psych mech per squad. So if you're doing both, whatever, you can have one per squad. So You are controlling Ace. Doing copies of the same character sheet is just the easiest way for me to give you guys character sheets. So yeah. Any objection to? Okay, that was that. There's your pleasure messing with, right? You can name your characters if you want in the tournament, but you can also do it after you're done. Once like the tournament's done, like so, if you've won, then you can name your character and make the full character. So yeah. Yeah, those of you that haven't heard, we're doing the mech tournament of the other 2 weight classes. You can do one or the other or both if you want. There's a forum pinned in the Dice and More Dice channel. Go up and find it somewhere. Fill that out. I will give you access to the Roll20 game of that, and then once you're in, I'll give you character sheets. And again, so if you're doing the suit mechs, you get a squad of 4. If you're doing the light mechs, you get a squad of 3. If you're doing both, I'll give you 7 character sheets. Yeah. If you have any questions, feel free to blep at me on the Discord. I try to get to them as quickly as I can, but sometimes I'm asleep or at work, so I can't do it super quickly. If you don't want to make a mech, there are sample mechs, we can just give you one of those, or there's people that have made tons and tons of mechs just for fun that can help you out. Arch of the Eyes, so it's going to be less role-playing and more like playing the Warhammer like strategy game. We're toying around the idea of, since if you win, your character will be canon. We're considering having you come on as a guest for like an episode. If the person that wins is okay with that, and we're trying to figure out logistics of that. So. Yeah, that's that stuff. Do you need to read all of the 12 pages of mech rules? No, not necessarily. You just need to make sure your mech actually follows the rules, because I will be checking that. But yeah, just build a mech, and as long as it doesn't exceed, basically all you need to know about building a mech is that the different base mech suits have power, and they have hard points, and as long as you don't exceed the hard points or the power with all the fittings you put on it, you're good. How big is the list for the tournament stuff? I think we have 9 people in right now. So, well, okay, we had 9 people as of when we started this stream. Oh yeah, and weight, thank you. So power, fitting, weight are the 3 you have to pay attention to. And as long as you don't exceed those, you're fine. You don't have to pay attention to the money stuff. We're assuming that you're going to be backed by one of the corporations. You have all that stuff. So if you were filling it out now, I will either send you the invite later today or possibly tomorrow, depending on how things go. But I'll get you an invite to the Roll20 game, and then once you join the Roll20 game, I'll assign you character sheets. Because I can't just assign you character sheets without you being in the game, so you have to join, and then I'll... Anyway. It's weird. We're working with the system we have. We do have a map made, which I made on my stream, so if you want to go back to my last VOD, see the map that you guys will be fighting on. Or I can probably post it somewhere in the Discord. You will be dropped randomly in the map. So, good stuff. We're also debating, and maybe I can get you guys input on this. We're debating, depending on how many people we get all online at the same time, I might just do team versus team and then do a tournament that way. Or if we get everyone aligned at the same time, we might just drop all of the teams in the map at the exact same time. So, kind of depends on you guys and scheduling, I guess. Oh, you fell in that sort of stream. So yeah, I'll get to it as soon as I can. Battle Royale Memnal? I mean, yeah, basically. Also, see, now that you guys know what's going on, the fact that it's called memory equals null makes way more sense, right? Yeah. I've been hinting at this since the fucking beginning.
Hello, I'm sorry for making you wait. I do apologize. My human body is lamentably fickle. Thick would know. Whew. So, how are we all doing? And thank you for keeping everyone company, Baron.
No problem. We were just discussing we're just talking about the Balu Bowl. Also, so now, that you know kind of what you are. You don't know all of what you are yet, but you know most of it.
Yeah.
So one of the reasons that we're using the paid version of Stars Without Number is the paid version has rules for making AI player characters.
Ah, so whatever we are, you've got all the bits needed.
Yep. Also, now the fact that the campaign is called Memory Equals Null kind of makes more sense.
That's how we were able to do the brain hack.
Somebody asked me if this is something I made up on the fly or if I've been planning. I'm like, oh no, this was the plan from the beginning.
So like,
This was this premise of the campaign.
5 episode and like, I mean, we average on like 6 hours an episode, so that's like 20, 30 hours of game? 30 hours in. So I'm not going to do the shaky hand joke as I was doing earlier, because this is boiling water and caffeinated beverage, neither of which I want on my skin right now. Yeah, and Stooge and a couple of people called it earlier on, but like...
But they've only called part of it.
Yeah. Baron was saying in the preamble that lots of people have got little bits of Thick's backstory.
I've seen all of the parts guessed, but none of them together as one actual guess.
Well, and the thing is, we know we've got fleshy bits.
Yep.
Like, that's why you were talking about his dick! I knew that was... Because it was just such an odd thing from like a character perspective, like, lol, let's roll to see how big your wang is, and it was like, oh, isn't it funny? Thick ended up having like a 9-inch penis or something.
It's 10.
Oh, sorry, 10. But...
You might pass out if you get an erection.
Well, I won't, because it's probably pneumatic!
It vibrates!
And like lights up and shit! It can spin on its own axis. Sorry.
You've got an AI and then got derailed by Thick growing up.
Oh, is Chrono asking for a teeny tiny recap?
No, he was saying that he'd guessed AI, but then he thought that was wrong by when we had visions of you as a child.
Yeah. Now, I was trying to remember it, and I can't. It's a sci-fi term, it's not a science term, but it's when you take an AI and you essentially grow an intellect through external stimuli, rather than just like either copying a brain or like, or just exposing a program, a learning algorithm to data. Mm-hmm. So it's the idea of you essentially give a program a childhood. So you give it external stimuli to give it context, usually based on like pseudo-human, so like sight, sound, and touch are usually the main ones, and like teaching this AI as you would a child, as opposed to like the so like for example the Halo version is Halo's AIs are all like snapshots of a human intellect, then like copied onto a specific piece of hardware. They think themselves insane.
So I'm curious now, can somebody please go back and do like a supercut of all of the memories that he's had with this now being in mind?
Because they're on YouTube, so people can use like a YouTube downloader, right? They'd have to clip and then do a clip download. Yeah, we can do that.
Anyway, so you guys are all sitting here pondering, I don't know, the nature of a soul and drinking. And like, as you're like down your beer, You're like, yeah, haven't eaten anything today, and it's like 2 p.m.
I just necked a pint.
And you've necked a pint, and you're like, yep, little tipsy. Little tipsy.
Everyone at the table. Oh God, I pushed a button. Good. Everyone at the table. I'm a little bit drunk. I should probably eat. And I'm telling you this because that statement now seems very weird.
I think you say that, and they'll go. You didn't know?
Of course I didn't know! I made up my own name, which I'm very proud of, by the way.
And Tina goes, wait, I've seen your ID. How the fuck did that happen?
And then, okay, for a brief moment, Thick goes back to his usual kind of like smug half like, you know how things are. They asked, I told. And so for a brief moment, Thick's like, and then the existential crisis kind of dawns back on him. He's like,
yeah, imagine it goes from like, yeah, you know, whatever.
well, Dorcas, no one can say I'm a robot if I vom on the floor. Dorcas is like, Thick probably shouldn't get drunk because I don't want him spewing secrets. The only thing he's going to spew up is his not lunch.
So, Hannah and Tina exchange some words quickly in German. They go, so, Tina says to you, so the thing that Hannah and I are trying to figure out, we're both psychics.
Yes.
And imagine every person makes noise, just little noises that you can hear. Machines don't make them. People do.
I can make noises.
Things do.
Living
things create psychic noises.
I can make noise.
Psychic noises.
Ah!
You make noise.
I make noise.
You make psychic noise. We can feel a mind inside of you.
Do you know where?
No, it's just kind of a general. But like Giles is an AI. We can't feel him because he's not a person.
So I have people noise.
You have people noise. You emanate.
Ah!
I think everybody in the bar turns and looks at you. She's like, shut the fuck up.
Sorry. Dealing with a lot of things right now.
Sorry, he's drunk.
Ah!
Shut the fuck up. She goes, shouldn't be able to feel you.
I'm drunk. I'm not that drunk. Sorry. Okay. I'm picking up what you're putting down. So there's. Oh, and that's why I can see the threads. Maybe? Did I mention the threads?
Hannah says something to Tina in German again. She goes, and like they exchange conversation back and forth for like a good 30 seconds. And again, they both just go back to like looking at their pints, like, and like looking over at Tina. So it's Tina and Hannah on one side of the table, and then you and Pippin on the other side. Hannah's like not even halfway through her beer, and like her face is red. She's getting that like drunk flush thing. Like she's a brunette, but like she's fairly pale skinned, so doesn't get a lot of sun. But yeah, like her face is like red just from like all the alcohol intake.
So just quickly jumping into chat, Ray's theorizing not a programmed, maybe biomechanical, maybe hybrid, like definitely something other than just like an robot. Greenfire's asking about the threads. So the threads would take a while to get into. There are going to be some good recap videos to come in, but the TLDR, so they're kind of like the threads of all living things. There's a big planet snacking god cocoon thing. I'm kind of friends with it, I think, or at very least like vaguely acquainted. We met once at like a reunion.
It told you where it is and said here. So
I'm gonna deal with my whole, like, allergic to magnets problem first.
So yeah, you're all like sitting there. Hannah's probably the only one at the table that's like approaching drunk. You're a little tipsy because you haven't eaten today.
Okay. So, what do we know? We know Pippin's little pocket device causes me to have a very bad time.
Okay, so to be fair, it was like a small chest that he like pulled out. Imagine like a large bread box device that he like had to power up, and then like he pushed a button and it knocked you out.
Okay, so let's recap. We know that Pippin's little magic box of Thick has a bad time is very effective. I can't get Hadoukened by Hannah, and y'all are getting like some psycho vibes off me. And I apparently can still get drunk, which is great.
Which you need right now. I think as you're going through this mental checklist, you just like finished your pint. Like, oh god, another one, please.
So, I've had chats with the siren. The siren showed me some like psychic magic power things. And I'm pretty sure sirens can't do stuff to a local toaster. Like, unless they can. Is this a thing I don't know? Do sirens make out with toasters and I don't know this?
I think Hannah looks at you and goes, "You made out with a siren?"
Yeah, that was after we danced. It was a good night.
Sure, like, you feel Hannah recede into herself a little bit. And Tina interjects and says, "So, as far as I've been able to tell, so Hannah and Maya's abilities come from MES, which is metadimensional extroversion syndrome, which is a disease.
It's pronounced Mez.
Psychics, we have a disease that gives us psychic abilities. I think, and we can't confirm this because they'll never fucking talk about it, sirens' psychic abilities are inherent in their species, and so somehow it's different, but we don't really know how because they won't tell anybody about it. Like, that's their thing.
They could make out with a toaster.
And like every time you say it, you see Hannah like kind of like shrivel into herself a little more, and Tina like gives you a look like, shut the fuck up. Because so if a siren used their abilities on you, it might affect you differently just because their abilities are different.
Okay.
But we don't know how because they won't fucking tell anyone. And they won't let anybody scan them or do blood work. Or, like, I don't know what a color a siren's blood is. It could be blue for all we know. It could glow in the dark. We literally don't know because they won't tell anybody anything. And there's so few of them, nobody wants to fuck them because they're probably endangered.
So taking stock of the situation, looking down at the start of his second point, Thick takes a big intake of breath just to... You know what this means. We gotta talk to a siren. Well, friends, I'm with you for the tournament tomorrow, I promise you that. I made you a promise of what we were gonna do, and I am fully intending to carry it out. If you want to come with me on this journey, you are more than welcome, but I don't expect it. I don't know where this little rabbit hole goes. I don't know if I'm someone's pet project escaped. I don't know if I am... I don't know, and this is what I'm supposed to be doing. Or if I'm a sleeper agent and I suddenly stop cooking strip waffles. I don't know. But I need to find out. And unfortunately... Tentacles is the only person we know Sorry, I called the siren Tentacles. Tentacles is the only person we know who might have some answers. I'm gonna go ask.
Yeah, and there's this moment of like all of them being like, yeah, it's kind of like the only thing you can do. Everyone kind of sighing. And then there's this moment of silence, and then Pippin kind of leans over and goes, does this mean I can play Doom on you?
I'm very fucking tired!
I couldn't even understand what that was.
For a second, I nearly sprayed chunks of donut everywhere. So I just wide-eyed look at Pippin. Just wide-eyed. With that kind of face of, did you just?
He goes, is that inappropriate? I don't know. I've never interacted with the sentient AI before.
And then leaning back towards him, I go, no, but I can run Skyrim.
Oh no, I've played so much of that. Like, they keep putting out everything. It's terrible.
We all have. Skyrim is pre-Scream and it still exists.
They just keep publishing it on every new system for no reason. No
one
one
even
wants
remembers
it.
who made it anymore. No one even likes it anymore.
It was just published by B at this point.
DX Man is asking, can Thick run Crisis?
It can simulate a human being, and no one will notice, so probably.
And Pixel says the Skyrim modding scene's still huge. Right. So
Also-
yeah, so it's like kind of like wide-eyed. I'm shocked at Pippin's joke, and it kind of helps snap Thick back and like, okay. And then he leans back in with the Skyrim line.
Also, for the record, I had no idea that you guys were going to figure out what Thick was today. This was... I expected to go at least 2 more sessions before I figured it out, so...
We got that scan.
You got the scan.
Okay. Alva's asking more relevant question. Does this mean you can download German? Let's not hack with Thick just yet, but I think after the Met tournament. So... Alright, so I've made the Skyrim joke with Pip, and I'm looking around the table here, right? I'm gonna try making some calls. If any of y'all want to come hang with the Siren, you're more than welcome. I'd love to get blind-ass drunk with you all, but I think this is the right call. Mostly because, I haven't eaten, and apparently that's still a thing. And I kind of want to be on point for tomorrow.
Hannah goes, I mean, well, you have to get powered somehow.
I'm fueled by booze! Sorry. The yelling's still happening. I'm sorry. So, you kids want to come with? Or do you want to do... Or shall I see you later?
Tina's like... As much as I want to.
Thick. Why did you mention the siren kiss to Hannah? The second your conscience is out of the room.
Hey, I said that we weren't going to try and date Hannah, that we protect Hannah, alright? I probably shouldn't have mentioned that, but you're right. Also, thank you for the 300 bits, yo. Just update the thing with the thing.
So, Tina is like, I need to finish tuning my mech. I probably need Pippin for that. Hannah, do you want to go with him? She's like, yeah, I guess. I'll go with emotional support. She like starts chugging her beer again.
All right, so because I don't.
You see a very brief moment where Tina's like, "You should." No, just yeah, whatever.
Right. So we have the number for the big head honcho, don't we?
You have a number for him. You're not sure if it actually connects to him, or if it was like a ghost number.
Let's go through Devon.
All right.
I know I keep annoying Devon, but it's like, and everyone at the table knows, so I don't have to be as stealthy.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna blip through to Devon. Where's my spoople? Where's my spoople tablet?
Yep. So yeah, you like, are you trying to call him, or are you just sending him a message?
I'm gonna give him a call.
Alright. So it rings a couple times and he answers. He goes, like, was there a problem with the scanner? Like, why are you calling me again?
So on the subject of our last conversation, I need to see your boss.
It was... Okay, why?
I don't want to say over an open line, but it's kind of a big deal. I guess I'm several deals. I kind of need to poke his siren friend.
Goes, okay, well, what do you need? Do you need to talk to Dorian? Or do you need to talk to Adriel?
I need to talk to Adriel. I figured Dorian's gonna want to be there when that conversation goes down. No offense, I actually weirdly trust Dorian more than the siren. Now that we know the siren is from the before times and has been kind of fecking with us, like, Dorian's just straight up running a station. He's kind of keeping his stuff together. But Adriel's got skin in this game and it's not showing their hand yet. You know what I'm saying?
So do you ask to speak to Adriel but with Dorian present?
Yeah. So I know it's a massive ask, but this was what your boss wanted to know.
You can like tell that he's like walking and talking. He's like, all right, I'm on my way to see him right now. I will pose the question. I will give you a call back.
Okay. I'm gonna do the cool kid, like, okay.
No goodbye.
Yeah.
I think we, in the anime, if we cut to to Devon, and he's like, hello? That was rude.
I've been so nice to this guy. I just look at the table and be like, right, I need street meat, followed by more booze. Can we get street meat in here?
They're like, yeah. And Tina like settles up at the bar, and like you all kind of make your way out. And you go down and like around the corner, and you actually realize now, like, this is the pho place that the exchange agent recommended.
Oh, nice.
And it's one of those, like, it's in the side of one of the corridors. It's just like a bunch of benches behind like a curtain, and then like the cooking area behind them. And yeah, like you order, whatever, vaguely. At this point, it's probably been bastardized in a million ways from Sunday, but it's like vaguely Asian food.
Wraith saying, pretty sure Dorian is clueless about this. He just got the siren for status. So while you're correct, Dorian's been checking in on us. Like after we got the Doom be upon thee. Thanks for that, by the way. After Doom be upon thee, Dorian came and checked in on us, and Dorian's basically bankrolling us. He's more worried that we're an anomaly that's going to feck up his day than anything else. But then he's also got the siren hanging out with him, and it's kind of like hang on. Why is a guy with a dumb name and an even dumber sense of humor like buddy pals with the siren? So...
So Will, really quickly...
Oh no. Oh no.
No, it's not that bad. But with what you have now in mind, with the revelation, I want you to listen again to Doom be upon thee, and those of your ilk. For you've seen the light of the weavers, but are not of the same thread. As babes, you shattered eternity, and humanity is better for it. And Wraith, you're right, we haven't. Part of that is because I don't know how to level someone up that doesn't know their stats.
Oh, okay.
Just seeing chat being like, ah, is like the best part of this.
Like, chat's got a ton of great theories. My brain is just jello at the moment. I'm sipping on this. I'm just trying to, like, take it all in. Like, we were hella involved in how shit went down.
So I just posted the actual quote in chat for those of you that wanted it.
Thank you.
Hey, Lizzie's here. Lizzie can start taking track of numbers. Also, Lizzie was a robot.
Yeah. I was a robot in disguise. Think we run fast.
Oh yeah, Dortz just beat me.
Ooh, by seconds. Feckin' hell, friends. Feckin' hell.
Elf of the Deluge. So Thick McRunfast went and got himself a medical scan. Turns out he's a robot.
I mean, I've got some fleshy bits, right?
You have some like. You get drunk when you drink.
And what is the better side of a human than being a pisshead? British scale with fleshy bits of where it counts.
I mean, 10 inches of fleshy bits, so you know.
That's what it says on my Tinder profile. It's a lie. Don't actually use Tinder. Right.
Never mind. Yeah. How long ago was the Scream? The Scream was roughly the year 3000. It is 30 something. Hold on. It is 3452.
3452. So we could be 400 years old. Hooray! Thick time travel. Affect my life. Right, let's go poke a siren with a stick. Vote first. Line stomachs. Just because, like, the way, I mean, it's, yours seem to run good, sir, but I just kind of imagine from the bar to there, there's a little bit of banter, like nothing light, like how's the startup test and the robot good. Thick's unusually quiet. He's internal. He's even after necking a few pints and kind of calming down. He's got introspective now.
Yeah. So I think you get to the bar. And again, they're like stools, but they have like almost like barbershop like steps on them, like where you put your feet. One to the back, and you realize that as you see Pippin climb up them, they're like for Lalta Chomber to climb up. And he's just like standing on his seat. And you also notice like Pippin like picks up the tab for this. He's just like, yeah, this is on me. And yeah, you all order like pho or whatever. And you're all kind of just like sitting there silently eating as everyone's like trying to process what this means.
I like the idea that as the bowls came down, everyone's looking at Thick to kind of watch to see how he eats.
I think it's, they don't like stare at you, but there's the occasional like,
Where does it go?
he's actually eating.
Kind of like-
And then Pippin, who downed an entire pint and is 2 feet tall, leans in really close, goes, Thick, do you poop?
I poop. I genuinely poop. Why do I poop?
And then you hear Tina go, yes, he poops. He
Still sorry, Tina.
couldn't go in there for 15 minutes.
And just again, snapping out of his existential crisis, Thick gives like the teenage grin of someone who knows they've done bad and is just having a good time. Just like, it was like throwing a brick in a lake.
And Pippin's kind of like, huh.
Yeah, why would they put that in? Why is that a feature?
I mean, if you didn't, it would cause questions. Pink. I don't know, man.
Could he just turn it into gravel or something?
I don't And you all look up, and like on the screen behind the bar is like the Balu Bowl going on. So you guys probably like kind of disconnect for a while and watch the lighter mech classes fight.
Yeah. And this is a great time to do a plug! So, friendos, the Balu Bowl will, by the looks of things, will probably be our next session. But what we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing the prelude to the Balu Bowl, which is going to be all the light and suit class mechs duking it out. You lot can all make, you can make robots, power suits, teams. Baron's got a sign-up sheet available for you to get stuck into. If you want to be part of this campaign, and I mean like directly blowing each other to smithereens with robots, that is a thing you can do. We have it set up.
So there are 2 other weight classes. Thick McRunfast and Tina the Tank Ortop are in the heavy mech class run. You know for a fact that Tina has actually done all of them, but this year she opted for just the one. Amazing, because it's the one she enjoys the most.
Yeah.
But you guys get to do the other 2 weight classes. So there are suit mechs, which is basically like StarCraft Marine power armor.
Yep.
Or there's the light mech class, which are like 2-story tallish mechs. They're like, imagine the size of like the Star Wars walkers.
You know what that means, Hindle? Tiny mech! Tiny mech! Tiny mech! Tiny mech!
So yeah, if it's suit-size mechs, your squads of 4. Each person is going to control a squad of mechs.
Okay.
So 4v4 on the suit mechs, or 3v3 on the light mechs. Each squad is allowed 1 psi mech. 1.
Because they're hella powerful.
They're powerful, and also like psychics are. They're not uncommon, but like really well trained psychics are pretty uncommon. So, and it's also just a game balance thing, so we don't have people teleporting everywhere. Because that would be a pain. Anyway,
so, Wraith, we can get our fleshy bits tested, but I think we'll see if we can get into get company with the siren. Like that's going to give us the most bang for our buck in terms of time spent. I reckon that's my theory. Getting our fleshy bits tested was also a hilarious turn of phrase, and I'm thoroughly enjoying saying it repeatedly.
You enjoyed saying getting your tiny fleshy bits tested? Yeah. That's actually weirdly hard to say. Getting your fleshy bits tested.
That's how I roll. That's how I roll. Okay. Oh yeah, and as Jack was saying, make sure there are no records. I mean, this is why I'm so glad we went for the feckin' underground place. Because imagine if we just walked into like a feckin' like ear piercing clinic or something. Yeah, can you give me a quick scan? I'm thinking about getting some piercings.
So yeah, for the record, if you had gone to like a proper licensed doctor, they would have reported you to the police immediately.
Because I'm hella illegal. I'm exceptionally illegal.
You are very illegal.
Wraith, also a feckin' episode featuring Jeremy Beadle. I can't believe Jeremy Beadle showed up in Mendel. Sorry, let's just get this going once more because it's good. It's good background tunes. Alright, so yeah. Just gonna keep on eating some far. I'm gonna want far after this now. Thanks, Baron. Four. So yeah, having made the poop jokes with Pippin, I'm kind of just again, things just coming back in on themselves. Like, it means like if we actively killed our memory, maybe we did it for a reason, you know? Like, and I don't mean like we obviously did it on purpose, but I don't think we did it to just. I don't think we did it to just get a clean break. I think we deployed ourselves. There's too many variables coming together too quickly.
All right, Lizzie with too thick to be legal.
I want that on a shirt. It's the counter to thick thighs save lives. They do, by the way. They do.
Never mind.
Oh, Dorcas, no! 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 George is like, does this mean that Will's character is actually Cyber Thick McGrandfast? Why are you like this, Baron? Why?
Stop that incessant clicking.
Joe! Okay. And House Carl out of nowhere! Some anonymous Mother Hubbard threw out a single tier 1 to the crowd, and Scriptures JB got it. That's a dope username. Whoever that was of House Carl, as always, fucking thank you. You know, our friendo count is still over 300, which is ridiculous. And that was exceptionally generous of you, so thank you. George just got a moose no.
Hashtag cyberthick.
It's not just thick, it's cyber thick.
Deleted mem.
Ooh! Alright, for some reason it... Wait, it blanked, assuming... Alright, so, Shackle, thank you for the 200 bits. You'll know that bits keep me alive. And what Shackle's saying is the big question I have here is how did we end up on the transport? Assuming that wiping our memory happened immediately right before the start of the first session, how do we have some kind of teleport technology? Well, no one around us was shocked. Like, no one was surprised that we were there. And we weren't like, I mean, maybe we woke up, maybe we were kind of snoring, I don't know. But no one else on the transport was messed up by our arrival, so we didn't just like blink in. So who knows? Who knows?
Well, okay, so you do know Dorian showed you video footage of you not there and then there after the video footage like glitched.
True.
So that's what they're talking about.
Oh yes, of course. But
So
then no one around us freaked out.
they might not have noticed. Like
I'm noticeable.
it was a long transport ride. People shuffle around. You like tune people out.
Yeah, GX man, you're right. We might have gotten G-manned. And Raid saying, I said at the start tonight to track down the guy we talked to and asked if we know something weird. Raid, I'm sorry I ignored your advice there, because you're on point for that one. You're on point. Feckin' hell. Feckin' hell. And Georgia says we can get a better idea of when Thick was built by finding out when Otto. Oh yes, we can ask that now. So I guess what we're asking, be like, Hannah, about Otto. Damn it, numbers.
I think we saw it at the exact same time.
I think we both take 1 psychic damage from that one.
I think we have to roll for it.
Yeah, go for it.
We each take 1 second damage, okay.
Well done, numbers. Right. Yeah, so just kind of like midway through Noodles, it's just like, Hannah, when did Otto die?
Hannah like looks to Tina. Tina goes, Otto Ortov was our great grandpa, I think. He died 30-20, I think.
I'm really bad at maths. I'm trying to work out in my head how long ago that was.
It's like 400 years. Scream happened like almost exactly 3,000, and you're now at 3452. So.
All right, so so Thick is possibly post Scream Tech. Well, definitely post. Maybe we don't know. All right, boots are coming off. Oh yeah. Sorry, Clank was saying they've been trying to work on some captioning software so people can caption. But dang, y'all talk fast. I do. I'm sorry. That's going to be a universal constant. But keep working on it because it does sound like something that's very useful and very helpful. Anyway.
One of the first like internet things that I jumped on board with was a podcast back from like 2000.
Yeah.
And they actually, their community just went through and wrote down for like verbatim the entire podcast, every episode, so you can just read through it.
That's fucking cool. Yeah, Dorcas. So, the Screamer's at 3,000. Otto died around 3020, and today is 3452. Alright.
Yep.
That seems very important. So I'm just, yeah, so, I take that in. Just have a little bit like a slurp more noodles and be like, I genuinely think that guy taught me mech piloting.
So Tina nods and goes, that actually makes a ton of sense the way you fight. I learned how to fight against my own family first. And that's why I was able to counter you so quickly. Because I recognized the patterns. I recognized take out the ground they're standing on. Get out of the line of sight, get above them.
My hero was me thinking I was so clever. So what you're saying is next time we battle Tina, I need to be more of an idiot. Gotcha.
Sure. Thick, please don't be more of an idiot ever. You're so much already. Please don't.
Well, you better get your legal defense ready, because next time we battle, I'm gonna Sun Tzu you into the ground. I'm sorry, I'm dealing with a lot right now, Tina. That was bad by my standards.
She like deep sighs. And then there's this like genuine moment where she looks up and she goes, Thick, do you trust me?
Yes.
It's probably a bad idea. I'm glad you do. And then like sits back in her seat and kind of contemplates for a moment. Right about now, your phone goes off and you get a ping from Devin. Trying to think what Thick's ringtone would be.
Oh, it's Africa by Toto.
See, I was thinking Maria he.
Maria. Maria. Oh,
And it's far enough in the future that each text you get furthers the song.
how isn't that technology now?
Right? Anyway,
Oh no, Shackle's thinking the Nyan Cat. Jaralan's thinking Africa, but a bagpipes cover of it like Spicy McHaggis. The opening bagpipes to Spicy McHaggis.
so the other day, another weird earworm that I got stuck in my head was just badger, badger, badger.
A mushroom, mushroom.
But it was run fast, run fast, run fast, space, it's in space.
I'm still suffering from you getting me this morning with teeny tiny thick but run fast. Though I think Alpha's nailed it, which is no. Thick's ringtone is the most basic universal ringtone, but louder, so that every time it goes off, everyone checks their phone.
Probably it's just bing 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 bing. Just like turned up way too loud.
Ray says I feel very attacked by the Spicy McHaggis talk.
So yeah, you get a text from Devin, and like most of his texts, it's like just a location.
Okay. Alright. Friend knows it's go time. Who's coming with?
Hannah's like, I'll come. They have tuning to do still.
So I stand up, and again, Thick's still kind of going through a lot of this. It's still very genuine. It's just kind of like, and to no one in particular is like, alright, I can do this. I'm ready. Your Highness, pick up the tab.
He's like, yeah, I got you. And you realize he's still fucking wearing the crown. Like,
yes!
like he's kind of forgot it exists, and at this point is like auto-adjusting it, just like out of habit.
Jarlan says, don't forget the readout. Well, to my understanding, the readout is the only one I've got. The only one is the one I've got on my little compad. So
Yeah, he's got it on his phone, so he can plug it into whatever he wants.
So don't get mugged. All right, let's roll. So let's head to the locale.
So yeah.
Shit's gonna go down.
So yeah, you start like going towards the Balu section of the
I see you
thing.
rolling.
No. Shh. So you like go to like one of the Balu elevators and you go up a bunch of floors with Hannah, and like you're both letting because you both have like the Balu.
Yeah.
And yeah, you like make your way down, and eventually you come to like a very, very nice restaurant, which is the address he gave you.
Okay.
And you're both just in like, you're like your jumpsuit like stripped down to the waist,
Yep.
and Hannah's in like overalls and probably has a smear of like grease down her face.
Yeah.
And they're like, "I'm sorry, we have a dress code here." And Hannah goes, "We're with Dorian." She goes, "Right this way," and just like,
Without missing a beat.
yeah, just right this way, like immediate go from like, "I'm sorry," no, to, "Oh yes, this way." And it's like a Japanese inspired place. Like you go through and there's a bunch of like the sliding like paper doors. And she like opens one and you go in and it's Dorian and the siren, and Devin is like standing like in the corner like doing his whole "I'm not actually here" thing. And on either side of the door going in there's like two armed guards, but you like go in. They both like nod at you. And you like sit down on the pillows on the floor and there's a low table.
Yeah. I want to steal Shackle's line for this one, just as the opening gambit, and just be like, "So Dorian, you know how my gun's pre-scream tech?"
He goes, and he looks up at Devin, and Devin like pulls something out of his pocket and like pushes a button, and there's this like, you kind of hear in your ears this like crackling sound, and you see this like force field thing like ascend around the room. And then he looks back and he goes, "You are so ill-advisedly reckless."
Oh, you ain't even heard the half of it. I hope there's booze on this table, my friend, because we all gonna need it. And I'm just gonna kind of like eyeball the siren, like super wide-eyed, dead stare, and be like, "Especially you."
So there's like sake on the table.
So what I'm gonna do is like, and then before anyone can speak, I'm just gonna hold my hand up. I'm gonna pour one for everybody, and then I'm just gonna hold the bottle. Shall we begin?
Dorian looks like genuinely confused, like, and he looks at Devin, and Devin's like checking something on his phone. And he's like, "Yeah, we're good." He's like, "I guess we'll begin." And he like picks up his little like shot glass of sake and like holds it up to you and like,
Yeah, I cheers them with the bottle.
okay. And yeah, they all down their shot of sake. Like it's warm sake.
Right. So you remember how my gun's pre-screen tech?
He goes, "Yes."
There is a tiny chance that I am too. Slowly turning to look at the siren, like, "So how are you doing?"
So she's like chuckling to herself, but like not saying anything.
So, okay. So, I told you about the memory thing. And I was like, I can't remember. So it struck me this morning, I'm gonna get into a mech and I'm gonna fight some people. Well, turns out maybe, what if I had like a tracking chip in me? Or like a recorder or something? So I'm like, I'm gonna get myself scanned. And Devin, thank you again for that one. Like, seriously, appreciate it. Still having an existential crisis, but we'll get to that in a second, but thank you. So I go get myself scanned. Turns out I'm like hundreds of years old and a robot! Would you like to see the scans? Would you like to see the scans? I start gesturing towards the siren. Oh wait, no! Because you already knew this!
So I think right here, her eyes go black. And you feel that, like, your surroundings getting dulled. And she just chuckles and says, "Hello, little one." And we'll take a break right there because I have to pee.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Baron! Okay, so to whoever Alexia Kitaponga was, thank you kindly for the follow. You have joined us for Memory Equals Null. Shit's getting weird and fun. And yeah, numbers, you are right, Baron is a sadist. Alpha Baron, you wonderful jerk. This campaign is so good. So, friendos, for those of you who have just joined us, welcome to Memory Equals Null. We're up to about, like, what, episode 5 now? And this is a wonderful little campaign that's been organised by Baron Sheep, our wonderful GM over here. And the idea is that this is a sci-fi campaign on the Stars Without Number system, where it's my sorry self and all of you playing through the continuing adventures of Thick McRunfast. And it is designed so that, like, I can hang out with you lot and talk and chat and work it through. It's something that Baron's put a lot of hours in and has created something really special. So if you do want to, like, come, take a seat and chat, I'm hanging out with you lot. It's Baron's going to be the one, Baron's running this game. We just found out a whole bunch of stuff. It's fine, it's fine. Everything's fine. We're fine here. How are you all? I have a lot of feelings. I am full of feelings. Alright. Oh, Square Pig. Lovely to see you, friend. Lovely to see you. Dodge's like, are you sure everything's fine? It's all fine! Pixel says I'm full of confusion. You and me both. You and me both. So. Oh, Camille says I think the morning's migraines were finally wearing off. Lovely. Camille, I'm sorry to hear you've been having a bad one. And hopefully we all sorted. Lex Kitaponga's like, I just got here. What's your excuse? I work here. For some reason, the lovely Mother Hubbards around you in chat seem to keep me around. They throw bits at myself so I can eat and not die. That's pretty much how it goes. I'll introduce myself proper, like, after we've been jamming on Memnol for a bit, because we've just... Yeah, it's getting good. It's getting good.
Alright.
Welcome back, you bastard.
Alright, did you want to take a quick break quick? Or...
I actually think I'm okay to keep going.
Alright, cool. So yeah, you get that moment of her saying like hello little one, and then like her eyes go back to normal. And reality fades back up around you.
Yep. And as I'm passing the scan to not Devon, to Dorian. I'm just like not even language, I'm just looking at the siren just being like
So yeah, Dorian like looks over the scan, and then he looks at you. Then he looks at the scan, and then to Hannah. Scan. Back to you, and then just like hands it up over to Devon, who starts looking it over. He goes, "How many people know?"
Everyone in this bubble. That's why Hannah's here.
Anyone else?
Unless Devon's contact is keeping details on the sneaky. Nah. Only copies on that pad.
Devin passes it back down to Dorian. Dorian passes it back to you. He goes, can you still fight tomorrow?
Oh, hells yes. Unless existential crisis somehow stops me from kicking ass. Sorry, I just keep doing that intermittently at the siren. Not threatening, but just like an infuriated scream quietly.
And he looks over to the siren, and she's like just staring at you the entire time with this like amused like smirk on her face. And he looks at her and says, "You knew this?" To which she just does not answer.
And again, once again, the thing just goes, I'm fine! No one asked him if he was fine, he just said that.
I think Hannah like reaches over and like trying to reassure you, like puts her hand on your back, like deep breath. Like,
Okay, I can do this. In, out, ah! In, out. It's not helping!
Yeah, I think actually can I get you to roll D20?
Oh, okay. That's hash D20.
You can do hashtag save, I think. Did that work? All right. Well, yeah, just /R space 1D20.
Oh, /R space D20. Lol. 14.
All right, so yeah, you like from Hannah's hand, you just feel this like radiating like warmth and calm. Like she's like put it like on your back, and you just feel it like slowly wash
At
over
Viking
you.
_blonde Adriel, I have a memory of you. I cannot make you say anything, but would you please tell me something?
Jarolan, thank you for the 200 bits. Once we've kind of got Thick's kind of infuriation out the way, we're going to slowly move towards.
So you feel this like calm like start to wash over you, emanating from Hannah, and you like look over at her, and she gives you this look like it's kind of this like this shouldn't work look. It's like,
Anna, thank you. So, in terms of knowledge sharing, apparently I've got some cool psychic powers. I've got cool psychic immunity, and I'm not completely dead, according to Hannah. I'm not basically a feckin' toaster with legs. Also been having this thing where I kind of see the threads of existence. That's been happening as well.
Dorian at this point, like, this is probably the most emotion you've ever seen Dorian show. He's just like, his eyebrows just go up. He goes, "You see the weave."
That's how we found Giganto McFishbones. That's what I'm naming. That's not what I'm naming that actual dead god. Looking over again at the siren, being like, "Actual dead god. I put it on my damn robot. I'm gonna kill someone with blasphemy tomorrow. I'm gonna be in trouble."
She kind of chuckles and goes, "We never called them gods." And Dorian like looks over at her and looks at you, and then kind of like looks at Hannah. Like, I think this is the most emotion you've ever seen him show. Like, he's like, it's not even like shock. It's just like, damn. Okay.
So, like, Thick's got the screaming out of his system. He's still clutching the sake bottle, and he's not sharing. He's not sharing at this point.
He's like pondering for a moment, and then Hannah goes, I saw the weave a bit too. I pulled a bit of it out of Thick.
And at this point, I'm like, welcome to my new life. This is what's going down. So, I'm here to do two things. Share knowledge and drink sake. And
I think as Hannah says that, the siren looks goes from like smug smirk to like what the fuck.
Oh. Hang on, so let me retract my sake chugging line. So I'll be like, okay. So Hannah reacts to that. So Hannah says, siren reacts to be like, yeah, this is my day. Can we talk about this now? Sorry, and I'm Gerald. I'm gonna articulate a little new line and be like, look, I know I can't make you do anything. I wouldn't be so. Even I'm not dumb enough to threaten. But I know that you met Tiny Me. I don't know how. And I learned how to punch robot peoples from a 200-year-old guy who wasn't 200 years old when I met him. And I'm very confused right now, so... whatever you want to share would be great!
Yeah, Dorian, is just staring at the siren at this point, just, waiting. But she's not breaking eye contact with you, and she has, these really purple eyes, and, kind of a light blue skin.
Oh, Dorian's at point actually 400-year-old guy.
Yeah.
Cool. I'm sorry, I meant 400-year-old. I'm still dealing with a lot of stuff right now! Swing from the bottle.
She gives this, kind of sad smile. And says... Your father was a great man. It was a shame when he passed.
I wish I knew it.
You did, in a way. I think you knew him in the best way.
I mean, I get snippets, I get flashes. I know that he was he got me a teacher, taught me how to do the good mech punching good like.
She chuckles and says, he got you many teachers. Which I think...
That's the one I remember. Oh, Dorian, so, fun fact. Turns out, Hannah's great-great-great-granddad? Like a whole bunch? Yeah, that's how I learned to do mech piloting. Otto Ortov.
You say that name, and Dorian, again, eyebrows up, Otto Ortov.
You know what? I'm just gonna look at the bottle and just pass it to him.
Yeah,
It helps.
You hand hold it out there for a second, and he looks at it, and then, takes it and, takes a big swig, and then thinks for a second, and then passes it back to Devin, who just, finishes the bottle, and sticks his head out the door and goes, "Can we get another one, please?" And they're all, in a bit of shock. And he goes... Dorian says, this stays in this room amongst the people that know. No one else. That is it. You are illegal. If anyone finds out about you, they will experiment on you. You will be a prisoner for the rest of your life.
I am hella aware of this. And I got no intentions of going into any kind of, experimentation chamber. But there's too much coming together. I just show up, and now we find a dead fish god. Sorry, fish... vehicle? Fishicle? I'm seeing threads. You're here? Still really want to talk about this? Because we met. I know we've met before. And I don't mean, earlier in the week. I mean, There's too much coming together.
So, Devin...
Oh, yeah, the cocoon. Sorry, I don't know if I mentioned. I got a flashback. I think I know the location of a weaver cocoon. That might also be a thing.
And there's one more, like, just the one eyebrow goes up. Like, and he looks at the siren. And he looks back at you. Says, for now, you will fight in the tournament. And you will win. And then looks back at the siren. And then back at you. Says, and then we will figure out what we're doing.
That's a good plan. I like that plan.
But for now, you were trained by Otto Ortov, one of the 4 survivors of one of the most legendary massacres in history.
Wait, what? Hannah, what?
And yeah, Hannah looks a little uncomfortable. She's like, I'll tell you later.
Okay.
He goes, rest up. You fight tomorrow. And you will win.
Alright. Well, look. I'm sorry to throw another sack of dice on the table here. But I know you and I have spoken about this. Once again, eyeballing the feckin' siren. Whatever's going down around here, the Monarch's Fortune's got something weird on board. I don't know what. Like, I've chatted with them. They're gambling in the games tomorrow. They stole a couple mechs. I'm sure you know about this. But there's something on board that has a messed up thread. Something is on there. And I have no idea.
He just nods and goes, I'm well aware. Omnitech is many things, they are not careful. When the pirates took that ship, there was a very brief period of a data breach by us. I'm aware what it is, which is why we are not poking the bear.
Okay? This thing's pinging on my radar. So, like, I've laid a lot out on the table today. Like, because if I've got to deal with some kind of, like, I don't know, squiggly jelly ship made of, like, undeath and, I don't know, Jägermeister, I'd like to know. Also, Devin, great work for the breach.
Dorian nods and goes, from what we've been able to tell, they found the decomposing remains of a weaver. They harvested it and were able to utilize it and put it in that ship.
To do what? I mean, it's not a bloody espresso machine. Oh shit, Hannah, remind me to get a coffee machine.
She's like, oh, okay. Dorian says, from what we're able to tell, and he like stares and just like lock eyes with the siren. The Weavers could travel infinitely faster and more precisely than any FTL technology that we have. Faster than spike drives, faster than anything.
Oh, so that's how they were able to do that feckin' 3-point turn with a feckin' bastard-sized ship.
Yes, that would explain why they were able to jump in so close to the ship, because normally you have to be out of gravitational pulls. But they have threads that they can follow. They have guidelines. So, we have been trying to figure out a way to neutralize that. Or recreate it. But people are being difficult. That will be handled. Good luck tomorrow, Thick. Hannah? I believe we have some things to discuss. And he, like, glares at the siren, who's just, like, staring at you the entire time. Just, like, kind of gently smiling.
Well, dear Dorian, we got something in common. And then just with an exasperated sigh, just being like, I think I think I've done a lot of this on purpose, and I don't know why. I think you have an inkling, so, yo, I ain't gonna push it. I know I can't make you, but I got nothing else. Got nothing else. Alright, so, doing the most awkward maneuver. So you know I said it was like a low, like, style Japanese table? Thick pushes it out with like a Men in Black style screech. Not enough to like push anything over, but just enough to be socially awkward and be like, right. Devon, Dorian, thank you for the sake. I am gonna go pass the feck out and then beat the crap out of a bunch of giant robots. Existential crisis can wait a couple days. Is it Adriel? Wait, what's the siren
Yeah,
say?
Adriel.
Adriel, I look forward to a very honest heart-to-heart. Oh wait, no, George is saying, I look forward to a very honest heart-to-heart at your leisure.
She chuckles and says, "You shouldn't." And she like very, very slowly sips her sake.
Oh, spooky ghosts. Thank you kindly. House Chaos and House Carl are ruling today. Oh. Hannah, let's go play with some giant robots.
She kind of nods, and you both stand up and start exiting the room.
Oh, actually, yeah, Jarrell, that's a good. Yo!
Ask her as you leave, would Dad have
I don't
been
know. Do you
proud
want
of
to
me?
tell Dorian that?
What? 703.
Or is that-
He knows we know, but I don't 100% trust Dorian. But right now, our success and our survival is in his interest. Ray's like, I think he needs to let out some stress. Time to murder a clown. Clownfinder.spoogle. So Shackle, yeah. Alright, so yeah, Shackle, I'm gonna go for that as the over-shoulder alert. The over-the-shoulder line. So as we're heading away, just before we leave the, what I guess must be the sound dampening bubble, and just be like, just back over to the siren and just be like, just one thing now. Do you reckon Dad would be proud of this?
She smiles and says, "I think he would be entertained if nothing else."
And without another word, let's head out.
Yeah, so you exit this, like, it feels like walking through a static field when you exit the bubble. And then immediately, like Dorian was, like, letting out a large sigh, and the second you leave the bubble, you, like, cannot hear it. And you... you start exiting the facility. You and Hannah are both kind of, like, just a little in shock, like, okay, I don't know what to do with this information. Cool. So unless you want to have a discussion, you make your way back to the hangar.
Lizzie's with good timing card. I think we're just gonna stroll forward, just gonna let that one sit in the air. I don't have anything clever to add.
Yeah.
Because holy Toledo's. Like, I mean, Thick's dealing with a lot of stuff simultaneously.
Yep.
A lot. Yo. Yeah, oh yeah, Archie, actually no. So as we're on the stroll back, like from the from the depths of like trying to suppress the existential crisis. I think it's just like, so Hannah, just take my mind off stuff. Tell me about Otto. What was his deal?
She takes a deep sigh. I think you're asking her this like as you guys are getting into like a transport to like take you back to the shuttle.
Yeah.
Or to the bay. She goes, so a couple hundred years ago, the Ortov clan and a bunch of other clans were settling on a planet, and some raiders started attacking them and wiped out pretty much everyone on the planet. They were taking anything and everything. It was brutal. And at the end, it was just the Ortovs that managed to not only stand their ground, but ended up driving back and defeating the raiders.
I do apologize for laughing there. I don't know if it came across in the mic. I hope not. But as soon as you said there were raiders and they slaughtered everyone on the planet, there was a group of children that went, yay!
Yeah, no, I heard that.
I'm so sorry, dude. I'm so sorry. Sorry, please continue.
So she kind of nods and goes, Otto was one of the youngest on the planet at the time. But he was also a fantastic storyteller. And through his word of mouth, we have developed some traditions, which presumably you will take part in tomorrow, before fights. So
I look forward to it. And I did mean it. Like, I said it when I had no idea the feck I am, and now that I might be essentially the equivalent of a walking fridge. Tomorrow we crush the White Russian. Whatever goes down, we're bringing it. We're bringing it.
I hope so.
Oh, and sorry, I just Shackle threw in an extra question before we kind of bring the conversation. Shackle says, just quickly, was that pre or post Scream?
It was right about the time of the Scream. The Raiders were part of the chaos that came about because of the Scream. There was mass governments collapsed. There was war, there was famine, it was not a good time.
So post Scream. It's not a question I ever thought I have to ask myself, Hannah. Hi, my name's Thick. I might be pre-Scream.
She goes, you still might be. But I don't know. So yeah, I think you guys arrive more or less in silence to the hangar, and they get there, and I think you walk in right as Tina and Pippin are kind of like hands on like waist, like, yeah, we're done. Like, yeah, like admiring their work.
Yeah.
And then you two come in, and they just kind of like up nod. They don't even like ask how things went. Just like they see your disposition, and are like, "Yep, got it." And you all kind of stand there and look at your two huge fuck off robots, one of which has a giant tooth of a god attached to its.
It's a god tooth on the back of an axe with a god tooth on the back, like. It's like gigantic Sea-Jacks now. Yeah.
He goes, all right. I think we should all go get some sleep. I'm going to have way too much to drink, as is tradition. Think you're welcome to join me. I have all of the alcohol back in my
yes. 100% yes. Before, like, they even finish the, I'm gonna go drink, it's yes. 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 Please.
Tina, like, fist bumps Pippin. She gives Hannah, like, a huge hug, and, like, they exchange a couple of words in German. Um, and then she just kind of like side nods you, like, let's fucking go. You make your way back to Tina's place in relative quiet. It's a little somber, like you're both just reeling from everything.
Yeah.
And you get into her incredibly bright pink apartment. And she like pulls out just like a bottle of whiskey and sits on the table with a couple glasses, and you guys just start drinking.
Yes. Lizzie and Archer and everybody's like, wait. Thick is the tiny mech. Tiny mech! Tiny mech! Oh, bloody hell. Alright, so at least for the first few glasses, Thick's there, but not there. Like, they could be talking about anything and nothing. He just occasionally just goes... Glass 3, he starts to come back, and he's like... So at least robots are cool!
she kind of chuckles. Goes, they're a fun pastime. I'd rather read, but, you know, whatever.
We put a god tooth. We put a god tooth on an axe. That is the most metal thing anyone has ever done.
She kind of nods and goes, it's pretty metal.
Like, I just took it with because it looked cool. I thought we were gonna put it in the hangar. Like, I mean, when else are we gonna get a tooth that large? I thought we could like hollow it out, maybe turn it into like a little like a teepee, and we could have like a coffee machine. Oh, I forgot the coffee machine! Tina, I'm sorry, I forgot the coffee machine. I had one job.
She goes, yeah, don't worry about it. Wait a minute. You ever seen those chainsaw swords?
Yeah?
Do you think we could make one of those out of those teeth?
The sword is made of teeth. They don't be like little psychic doof teeth.
And I think you both sit there for a moment just being like, oh my god.
That would be so cool. Okay, but what if, like, the tooth was on a chain, and we, like, shot the tooth at people, and then reeled it back?
Oh my god, there's so many possibilities.
Tooth flail!
And you both sit there contemplating all the weapons you could make out of these giant teeth and bones.
Oh, shoulder pad! Why didn't I think of shoulder pads? We're gonna need more teeth.
I was just
Gonna
thinking
need more
codpiece.
Yes! Stand atop our defeated foes, just be like,
Tooth dick.
yeah. It's also a god tooth. We're on to like glass, like, we're probably glass 4 now. Like, the silly's coming out.
So I think there's a moment where you both kind of chuckle, and then she like downs the rest of her drink, and she just looks at you and goes, want to find out if your penis works?
Peeing contest!
She goes, I was thinking more fun for me, but we could do that too.
I wonder if we can use it to, like, open a bottle.
I think she's like, you are a robot, aren't you?
Someone pass me a beer. Someone pass me a beer!
I think we're just gonna fade out on the two of them like drinking as much as they can and Thick screaming, someone find me a beer.
Because, yeah, as Shackle and Wraith and people are saying, like, we're not... Thick's a lot of things. He's not a heartbreaker. He's not a heartbreaker. But he would try and use his own dong to open a beer bottle. Yes, he's going to end up with an uncomfortable injury for the next day, but it's a flesh wound, it's fine. It's fine.
Oh, so yeah, we're gonna fade out there for the day. And the next session we'll pick up with we'll do the first part of the Bolu Bowl, and then we'll do the.
Holy hell! What a day! Holy hell! What a day! We hit a lot of things. Wow. Wow.
Numbers, no, that was Tina. They're back at Tina's place.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Art of the Eyes. Thick, you may write down your race is AI.
Is that where is that on the? Is that background species gender?
Yeah, species gender maybe, I guess.
Is AI.
Yeah.
Now we don't know if we were like grown. Oh, we didn't ask Tina what her. We didn't ask what our team name was. Shit. We'll have to work that out tomorrow. Background, very robot, possibly cyborg. Oh, Georges is asking if we get XP for guessing that our race is AI.
I mean, there was never an official guess, and you found out for sure, so no. That was kind of handed to you. But you guys do get 3 guesses as to what your stats are.
I think some people have been keeping track of what we have and haven't guessed. So we know that we got 0 for energy, +1 for land, +2 for int, 0 charisma, 0 pre-tech, 0 post-tech. Once again, friendos, it's time to play Guess Those Skills!
For every skill that you guess correctly, because you get 3 guesses, you get experience. You are technically now level 2. I'm still kind of trying to figure out how to have you level up since you can't see your character sheet. Because like skills cost skill points, and the more you put in, the more points it costs.
Well, knowing, I'm like I said, Baron, I'm happy for you to level thick at this point, like from 1 to 2. So like, we wake up, you know, we now understand who we are better, we have powers, like, and we would go for things that are going to help us do a mech, and things that are going to, I guess, I mean, like, piloting and ass-kicking is kind of our main... Ooh! Piloting skill guessing.
So yeah, if you want, I can level your character up as best I can. In Stars Without Number, specifically, it's actually really common to have unspent skill points because things do start costing more and more skill points.
Yeah.
Like, going from -1 to 0 is 1 skill point, but going from 0 to +1 is 2 skill points, I think. So, like, it costs exponentially more skill points to go from...
Because Wraith was saying, that would be the fun part was doing is blind, putting skills and things we think we're good at. Or maybe we can only level up skills we know.
That, or my other thought was, pick a skill that you want to level up, and then once you have enough points from levels, I will put it in.
Okay.
But yeah, only only leveling things you know would also be interesting.
Okay. I mean, like, I've still got plenty of time to hang and do this. So, friendos, if you want to faff around with, like, leveling and chatting now, I'm down for it. Like, we've had a hell of a sesh. But I'm by no means done for the day. The other thing, friendos, is that if you are enjoying Stars Without Number, 1, please thank the Industrious Baron. But also, if you want, we have the Balu Bowl coming up. We have, like, character sheets where you can submit NPCs. I'm still livid that Chiap put, Jeremy Bloody Beetle! Fucking Beetle's about. Spreading the word of the Weavers, but Beetle's about.
Yeah, and let's get guessing out of the way, and then maybe you might have more things that you could possibly level up if you know what they are.
Sounds good. So, friendos, I have an educated guess. So what I'd like to do is, like last time, you lot propose a couple of guesses. I'm gonna propose one. The little oddling. Thank you kindly for the follow, yo. It's sincerely appreciated.
So yes, the Stars Without Number is, the core is free. We are using the paid.
I got a follow for some friendos off camera. So Robot Nerd is one of the friendos over that way. So yeah, I'm making my pimples! It's fucking happening! Welcome to my life. Welcome to my life. So, friendos,
I forget what I was saying, but anyway.
I'd like to put forward one suggestion, and then I would usually say I'll do one, you do one, and then we all guess one together. But so far, I usually feck up, and then you two guess, then chat guesses right. So, so friendos, I'd like to guess because piloting. I want to guess piloting. Oh, we've got
So it is also of note piloting. Piloting is like spaceships.
oh.
Mechs are either going to be vehicle land or vehicle grav, depending on what they have.
Oh, we already got +1 for that. Ah. Eck!
So I didn't want to throw a wrench in there, but I also don't want you to waste a guess because you were uninformed.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, piloting is specifically like piloting aircraft or space vehicles.
And we know that energy weapons is 0. I have a feeling this character sheet might be missing a few.
It is because it was trying to simplify things, unfortunately, and I will try and see if I can edit it and add the actual skills. With this character sheet was more concise to give you rough things.
I'm okay with this. Like, dude, if it works better for you running it, then I'm happy.
It was more just it was a better designed character sheet than anything else, and it has a mech tab. I can go boop, mech tab.
Mech tab. Woo,
And I haven't put your tab in there yet, or your mech in there yet, but I will.
Tomorrow we get locked in. Okay. Wraith says we got +1 on land vehicles versus on mech. Yes, we did. So we know we can level up land vehicles when it comes to leveling should we need to.
You did roll a sneak this episode.
Oh, we did, and I didn't pay attention to the scores because I'm an idiot. We were surprisingly good at sneaking though.
I think it was a 9.
Oh.
Like you rolled a 9 plus it would be your dex, so plus whatever your sneak is.
Yeah, so we beasted that. All right. So I'm gonna take a sneak guess, and friendos, you get the other 2 guesses. So Baron, I would like to guess that our sneak is +1.
Sneak is not +1.
Heck! Why am I like this? All right. So that's my failure. So friendos, throw me some suggestions. Throw me some ideas.
So yeah, one of the ways you guys can kind of brute force this is if you just want to waste all 3 guesses guessing one stat, you could potentially get one of them nailed down.
Yeah. Because there's 4 choices, right? It's like -1, 0, +1, +2. Like that's the full complement, right?
-1, 0, +1, +2. Yeah, +2 is max. For like pretty much everything.
Okay.
Like both stat modifiers and skills.
Oh no, I've had my guess, so I can't. Like.
Actually, that does make a good point though. If you guess base stats first, it'll be easier to figure out what other stats are.
Okay.
You know your int is +2.
Our int is +2. So Archer of the Eye has put forward Dex +1. I'm actually kind of down to guess that. What do you all think? Because I think Dex +1, like, Thick's been pretty light on his feet. He's not been like, Oh no, we know Thick's light on his feet because he fucking beasted that. He beasted that the dancing challenge. So.
You rolled like a 10 on the dance.
Damn it. That's been our only like super crit.
Yeah, you rolled. I think you rolled base 10 on the dance.
So you know what? So Shackle and Pixel are with me. So we're gonna go with Archer of the Eye's guess of Dex +1.
You're guessing Dex +1?
Dex +1.
Dexterity is not +1.
Fuck! Lizzie says Strength 0. Are you talking about me or fucking Thick? Because I'm in the minus. Alright, Shackle and Jaralan both want to roll Dex 0. I'm not against it. I mean, Thick's surprisingly smart for everything else that's gone down.
Yeah, so the core stats are Strength, Dex, Con, Int, Wisdom, Charisma. You've guessed Int.
Yep.
Do you guys guess Charisma as well, I think? I think you marked it down at the bottom of your sheet, maybe?
We did. Charisma is 0.
Yeah, okay, so you know your Int is +2, you know your Charisma is 0.
But that, again, in this system, that means our Charisma is base, not negative.
It means you're socially okay.
Yeah, we're all right. Yeah, so... Yeah, Alpha and Pixel also want to guess Dex 0. So yeah, I'm gonna go for it. Alright, Dex 0. Let's brute force this!
Your Dex is 0.
Yay!
There you go, you got one.
Whoop whoop!
So yeah, go ahead and mark down 300 experience. I will figure out how to level you up at some point.
No worries. Well, do you want to chat with people now about
Yeah,
that? Because I desperately need to pee.
Yeah, go for it. So my thought, Chad, is either you can only level up things that you know for sure, or you can say, I want to level up this thing, and whenever we have enough points to level it, I will spend them for you. That's kind of...
So if you all can see it, okay, this is the Thick with Run Fast character sheet. And Brandy McHugh says hi. So Brandy, we are coming to the end of this session. We do have all the previous episodes of Memory Equals Null on Twitch here, on YouTube, but suffice it to say, it's a kind of a me and us campaign, and you will be absolutely welcome when we do some more. We're going to do some character leveling in a second, but I'm busting for the loo, so I'm going to go pee. So Baron, you have the floor.
Yeah, somebody... Yeah, go pee. Trying to find the leveling up section in the character sheet. Combat movement, character advancement. Oh, wait a minute. Guess we have to go down to the... Because now that you know, Will is an AI. Oh, okay. So this might be kind of weird because AIs have tolerance costs per skill increases. And I would have to find my master sheet of fix thing is behind me somewhere. Oh no, wait, no, he has tolerance costs. So basically, yeah, you get 1 skill point per level, basically. That's one of the things that's kind of weird about Stars Without Numbers. The different classes level up differently. Like specialists get more skill points per level, and they level up faster, but they don't get some of the cool things like warriors get. They can just ignore damage once a combat. Yeah, I think we'll probably avoid that, Wraith. I think we're probably going to lean towards you can only level things that you know, just because that way you guys can't cheat the system too much. So yeah, you get 1 skill point to level. to find a way to cheat the system. I'm sure you will, and I look forward to it. Let's cheat the system, please. I am glad, sure. That's true. Sure, we're starting to wrap up, so we can make food and stuff soon. Making quesadillas. Also, we have to go to the store at some point. But yeah.
I have returned. Wow, strike you with Baron as a butt? Savage.
It's just not wrong.
Alright, so do we have any thoughts or fields?
So we figured out you get 1 skill point a level, and I'm kind of thinking the best way to do this so that people can't cheat the system is we're only gonna let you try and skill up things that you know.
But we'd need 2 to get our land vehicle from 1 to 2, right?
Yes.
Alright, so we can't quite. And can we... Is that enough to do a base stat? Or are base stats just... Are they just as?
Base stats stay the same. Like, though once they're there, they are there. So you can just put points in the skills.
Yeah. I mean, or we can just install another arm. Now we know we're a robot. Feck it. Let's get crazy.
I mean, you'd have to find somebody to install an arm, but yeah.
If we end up with the pirates, like, there's a non-judgmental group of mother hubbards.
I mean, their captain is like half cybernetic, so...
We're just kind of like we are just the other way round, you know?
Yeah.
It's fine, it's fine. Everything's fine. It's all fine.
Everything's fine. How are you?
I'm fine here. Just dealing with the whole being a fucking toaster. Reek. Sorry, my brain is all over the place.
And it's honestly, this could be something that you guys like decide in the Discord, like which skill you want to throw
That
points
might
at.
not be a bad shout because, like, Number saying the term toaster is racist. Only against Cylons. And Wraith, I'm kind of saying like I'm gonna be processing this for a while. Like, holy steak bake.
Can you level up to learn new languages like German? Yeah, like linguistics is a skill you can level.
Okay.
I don't know if it shows it on the new character sheet, but yeah, language is a skill.
Oh, but I can put the unspent skill points to 1, right?
Yes. You have
Alright.
1 unspent skill point. And in this system, it's actually pretty common to have at least 1 unspent skill point floating around because things take progressively more. So
Alright, I don't
you
think
just
I don't
just
think
leave
be
it
able
for now.
to edit that for the moment, but yeah, I'll just put in notes like 1 unspent skill point.
Oh, it's probably because
It's alright.
yeah, why can't we? Oh, I think it's because why can't I have that?
See, and this whole conversation encapsulates Memnull so wonderfully because Pixel says maybe we should say the skill point. That's a smart idea. Like, we don't know what we're gonna need. We don't know what's gonna be going down. Like, there might be something we desperately need and we want to save that skill point. But then Daughter says, imagine Thick wakes up and can suddenly speak German fluently to Tina and Hannah. That would be feckin' hilarious.
Normally in the system, you do actually have to take time and like learn something, and that's where a lot of the stuff in this rule set base is done in transit between stars because by default it takes 7 days to go from one star to another.
Ah.
So a lot of this is like, oh yes, you spend like 4 jumps learning a new language.
I remember you saying this game also has like a really strong concept of the GM turn. So like the interstellar stuff continues like each day or each like week.
So the GM turn is the thing in that technically every once every in-game month or once every major event, there is a GM turn, and you're only 4 days in. So this is very much a much slower campaign than this system is designed for. But that's kind of the point, is that we're willing to slow down so that chat can be more involved.
Okay, so I guess, friends, I mean, if by some bizarre quirk of events you're not already on the Discord, come on over there. We're going to be working out how to level up Thick on there. I mean, I'm going to need to eat food and recover from it, but we can chat about it over the next few days.
Yep. I do check the Dice channel pretty regularly, so people can blep at me there.
Yeah.
If you specifically mention me, it'll ping my phone, but otherwise I just check in a couple times a day. Wraith, it's once every in-game month, technically. You can do it more, but I believe the default is once every in-game month. Because it assumes that you're paying off a ship. Like, you've bought a ship and you're paying it off slowly, and so when you make your, monthly payment, an event happens.
Ah. That makes sense.
Yeah.
What else was I going to say? I was going to say something very poignant and it completely dropped out of my head, of course. Yep, no, it's gone. Well done, Will. Well done. Good work. Fucking idiots.
I don't know why we can't edit your, Oh, there it is. You have one unspent skill point. There you go.
Woohoo!
It's not the gear, it's the little pencil.
I'm
Up in the very top right.
I'm trying to think if there's... God, I'm still just processing it. So maybe it's not a terrible idea to bring us all to a close and go from there. Because... Yeah. Go!
Cyberthick does all kinds of AI trick pirates and mech, prefers tiny kills the clowns, and white husky look out, here comes Cyberthick.
Here comes the Cyberthick! Shackle, thank you. And I know I've banged this drum a lot today. Do you know what today consists of? Me coming here, hanging out with Baron, hanging out with all of you lot. Feckin', this campaign is top tier. And I am well too happy. So, yo, those of you that have thrown bits at my stupid face, you'll keep me alive doing this, which keeps me doing this. So, yo. And I will remember to highlight this immediately after.
Thank you. Those of us that are working to do recap videos appreciate it.
Yeah, sorry, that was me. I apologize, I keep flicking between the different pages. I forget the main screen's online.
Yep.
Because I need to find someone for us to go.
I have someone that we could crash into.
Ooh, who would you like us to roll into, good sir?
Madam Gandalf is a delightful. She is currently in New Zealand, streaming.
Alrighty, let me just pull up her username.
And she is a darn good friend. We had many drinks. She was there for Biz and Try's engagement thing.
Is it Madame with AM? Madame Gandalf.
Just dropped in the chat too. So
Currently doing Crash Bandicoot Trilogy.
yeah.
Alright, so I've got on the other screen so we can crash into that as and when. Right! Feckin' hell. So, I need to do thank yous, I need to do credits. God, feckin' hell. So, firstly, the thank yous. Baron Sheep, who continue to be a feckin' ledge, so thank you for putting up with me being a sketch lord a week, and thank you for the continued adventures of Pickwick Runfast.
I'm a little surprised you guys figured out what Thick is this early. I was expecting it to go at least 2 more sessions. But
Yeah, thank you obviously to our wonderful mod team, Lizzie, Tal and Caffeine, and special thank you to Tal who's been working with Baron for recap videos and stuff, and you were saying it was Compliment Cap who's been helping you with that as well.
yeah, he's been going through and clipping all the previous episodes and getting us those clips so we can edit them together.
Which is feckin' lovely. And Dulcius, thank you for posting the wiki, and whomever has been keeping up the wiki and what's been going down, like, yo. Alpha says, wait, what was supposed to happen in 2 more sessions? Da da da!
No, that was like, if I had to guess how long it would have taken you guys to figure it out, it would have been 4 sessions from now.
Okay. Yeah.
But these are also really long sessions, so I guess that makes sense.
I know I plugged it a whole bunch, but I'm going to do it once more. The Balu Bowl is coming. If you want to create a mech, if you want to fight in this universe, like be a suit mech, be it a light mech, you can do that. You can make characters for this world. Jeremy Beadle showed up today. That's on Shiat. Fucking Beadle. But yeah, if you want to make a mech and do battle in this whole arena, you are more than welcome.
Technically, it's mechs, plural. You will take control of a squad of mechs.
Yeah, see? And for that, the next session of Memnol is going to be like a special episode. It's going to be the Balu Bowl, and Baron's going to basically let me shout commentate the mech match. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing. Chairland's like, I can just take 3 of the same, right? 3 bunny mechs step into an arena.
As long as they're not all Psymechs, yeah. I mean, you could just run 3 of the same, that's fine. As far as date when the sheets need to be finished, just before the next session, whenever that is, which we still need to work out.
Yeah, but just get it done soon. And Baron, I'll jam out like next dates and stuff with you after.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right, let me roll credits and thank these people, and then we'll crash into your friendo, Madam Gandalf. So, right, there's a lot of people through bits and gifted subs and did a whole bunch today. A lot of you did it anonymously, so you're just gonna have to be content in the feeling of knowing that I'm exceptionally grateful. I can't thank you directly, so to the crowd. Anyway, so let's go over here. And let's roll those credits. And they're coming on in thick and fast. Get it? Thick and fast. That could be our mech team name. Because Tina can teleport. Oh, she is going to hate me. Right. So, as I've said before, and I will say many times over, she is literally power this operation. If you are throwing bits at my face, you are keeping this running. So the J-Post, Jarreland, It's DX Man, Shackled Aconus, Ruther, Stormscale, Archer at the Eye, Isocrit, Shraiku, Chrono, Haron, Just Driver, Stepagena, Sade, Green Fire, and the anonymous Spooky Mother Hubbards. Thank you. Like, seriously, it keeps this going. So to not just Lizzie, but also to Toll, to Caffeine, and I guess Nightbot, thank you for continuing to keep us going. The little oddling, to Alexia Kidaponga and Jinnet, thank you for the follows. 2K cometh, and to Desmond Fox Play, Vagabond, XD Johnny XP, Mr. Fox Shraiku, and Sculptures JP. Thank you for subbing or being the recipient of House Carls in crazy hunts. I don't control them. I don't directly tell them to do the thing. Actually, let me go back to Null so we can keep on with Baron. Alright, back. That's just a thing that they do. So, yo, thank you. And very quickly, keep an eye on the Discord tomorrow, because Camille's organising like a what if our squad goes to IKEA mission, and we might try and stream it. It'll probably be a mess, but we're going to try anyway. So...
I'm probably showing up for that as well, so...
Team! So yeah, as Wraith's saying thank you to Baron Sheep, like, yo, what a dope fucking day. Right, I need to... No, Madam Gandalf is live. I was a little bit worried that they'd just gone off.
Nope.
Alright, so we're gonna crash into them with a raid. Right, you're all just going to put up with behind the scenes stuff right now. Madame Gandalf. Alright, so we're gonna cook up a raid. And I reckon what should our raid call be? Baron Sheep sends his regards. In all caps.
Alright.
Baron Sheep sends his Regards. Yeah. And then I'm just gonna, like, just emote till it stops being funny. Yeah. Friendos, thank you for a wonderful Saturday. Thank you for an excellent time. Like, yo, we found out what in the bloody hell Thick Run Fast is. And now I feel like I need a pint. So, yo. Right.
It just means I'm doing my job right.
Baron, do you have anything to add before I launch this raid?
No. You guys are awesome. Now go be awesome over Man of Gandalf's channel.
Alright. I feel ready. Unleash the fury of misspelled charge! Ah! The raid has been released, and the